Call to order. We have a quorum. May we have the roll call, please, Weston?
Yes, Mayor. Mayor Sticks?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Francina?
Here.
Councilmember Rule?
Here.
Councilmember Lang?
Here.
Councilmember Whitman?
Here.
Thank you, Weston, and welcome everyone to the May 9th, 2023 meeting of the Ojai City Council. James, will you say the pledge for us, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Please join me in standing. Right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, James. And before the approval of the agenda, just a couple shifts we've had this evening, because we've had some questions. I did pull the rent disclosure ordinance from this agenda to make room for item 6, council member rules request about indemnification, to make sure that there was space and time. But we've had a change. Item number 6, per council member's rules request, has been pulled. So do you want to? There have been questions about that, Councilmember Rule. Do you want to explain why it was on the agenda and why it was taken off today?
Yeah, I just have a lot more research to do on that issue, and people take a while to get back to you. So I felt that it would be better to have a complete picture rather than have a I'm waiting for this, I'm waiting for that kind of approach to it. It seemed like it would be a waste of everyone's very precious time. So that's why. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I do have a question, because this came up and a couple of people asked. In order to authorize indemnification, it has to be on the agenda. It has to have a council majority to vote that.
So the item's not on tonight's agenda, but of course, having been pulled, but yes, any expenditure of funds in an unlimited fashion by the council requires council majority approval.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, we have no presentations, and we have one commission report from Brian Akins, Chair of the HPC, Historic Preservation.
That's us, Commission. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all. I just wanted, my report is that tonight, I think it's item number I in the consent calendar. Councilmember Whitman has recommended Craig Walker to become our 5th member to the Historic Preservation Commission. I have my wholehearted endorsement with Craig. I've been around long enough that I was on the commission with him when he was on it prior. And then he had to drop off for certain reasons, and I think I have called him every time there was a vacancy that happened since then. And so I'm happy that he's being recommended tonight. And again, I give him my full endorsement. Would be happy to work with him again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. All right.
I don't think we voted to approve the agenda.
Oops, sorry. Okay, good. And a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you, James. All right, we will move on to public communication. And just a reminder, these are items not on the agenda. And because they're not on the agenda, we cannot discuss them. We appreciate your viewpoint, and we can agendize them for the future. And just a reminder that public comments are 3 minutes. And at the end, you'll hear a chime. And in the spirit of equity, please stop talking when the chime ends. There's no giving away time to another speaker. And if you're in agreement with the previous speaker, just please say ditto. So we will begin with Ron from the with our library report. Then we have Bill Miley, and then Chris, I think it says Chris Ines, maybe?
All right. Thank you, members of council. My name is Ron Solorsino. I am the regional librarian for the Ojai Valley, and I just wanted to come here tonight to give you a general update on our programming over at the Ojai Library. And I want to start by saying that this year's summer reading program is going to begin on Monday, May 15th. The year's theme is Find Your Voice, and this is a time when readers of all ages are going to be able to participate in this program by logging their reading time online. You can get started on our website, and there's some links that'll be active as of May 15th for that. We're going to have some programs throughout the summer, a kickoff event, a closing event, and then in addition, For those who enter the time they're reading, they'll be entered to win some prizes, fun prizes throughout. Children and minors are going to be logging the number of minutes they read, whereas adults are going to log the number of books that they read. And yeah, go to our website for more info on that. And the program runs through August 4th is when it concludes. I also want to mention a special event coming up at the library this weekend at 2 p.m. on Saturday, May 13th. Local author Leslie Rinchen Wongmo is going to visit the Ojai Library to talk about her new book, which is titled Threads of Awakening, An American Woman's Journey into Tibet's Sacred Textile Art. For 500 years, Tibetans have created stitched fabric artwork of sacred images, and Leslie will share her experience with this ancient needlework tradition and the Buddhist values embodied in it. She is a textile artist, a teacher, and an author whose artwork has been exhibited internationally. Also, at the following week, 2 p.m. on Friday, May 19th, staff from the Alzheimer's Association will visit the Ojai Library to deliver a presentation titled Healthy Living for Your Brain and Body. So you can come to the library to hear about research in the areas of diet and nutrition, exercise, cognitive activity, and social engagement, and to learn about some hands-on tools to help you incorporate these recommendations into a plan for healthy living. All of these events are happening in addition to our usual offerings, which include story times, ukulele jam sessions, fiber art classes, our after-school homework center, book discussion groups, and more. You can visit our website, again, www.vencolibrary.org, for more information on everything we have going on. And that's all I have for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ron. Yep.
Ron, are you aware that our mayor is going to read to the kids tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow, that'll be 10:30 at the Ojai Library. And yeah, special guest. We're excited to have you. Thank you.
Next, we have Bill Miley, then Chris Ines, and then Ruth Miller.
Good evening. The theme is a quick look at our homeless problem, the countywide program, which is called Continuum of Care System. A rental assistance program is the principal element of helping folks who fit into the Continuum of Care program who are likely to be unhoused, are unhoused, and homeless. Through the Continuum of Care program, folks in the Ojai Valley can get some help depending on funding. Rental assistance is a formal term in the state placed within the Continuum of Care system and coordinated by the County of Ventura and other counties in California. Many know it involves assisting individuals, households, and families with limited and vanishing incomes to stay in their homes or residences as long as possible through the rental assistance program. A caseworker establishes by working with a vulnerable individual, household, or family the risk of losing their residence. A person must be able to participate willingly and cooperatively. Otherwise, the caseworker can't do that. Once the housing habitat is lost, folks become very vulnerable to unmanaged forces which can damage and bring increasingly dishealth to those involved. Such folks then become much more difficult to find and establish a working contact with them. Intervention to help get rehoused now involves much more focused work. Short-term funding to prevent shelter loss can be prevented if caught before the housing is lost. In the 50s, 60s, and 70s, one income wage earner could generate enough income to provide a house and support for a family with children. We did that. Not now. Once the residence is lost, the situation becomes chronic, especially with limited or no rental vacancies. In summary, our family shelter program in the winter certainly helps. The main organization trying to help with the homeless, unhoused, who are about to lose their homes is the Help of Ojai on a very small budget. Currently, they have $10,000 in a grant from the Ojai Women's Fund. The need's great. The budget is very small. More funding is crucial.
Thank you, Bill. Next, we have Chris Ines, then Ruth Miller, and then Carolyn Goldwasser.
Good evening, council, members of the community. My name is Chris, and this is my friend Daniel. He's autistic, and he's written a speech for you.
Hi, my name is Daniel. I live on 510 Drown Avenue. I do not like when people speed on my street. They speed all the time, and we need speed bumps on my street so people can slow down. We cannot back out of our driveway because of speeders. Someone almost hit us, and people help me put speed bumps on my street so I can play safely on my street. Thank you.
Is there anything else? We have 2 minutes.
Did we write anything else? No. No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Chris.
Mayor, I could probably just note related to that item. So we did install the humps that we were testing. It's the first time we've done something like that. We're testing them out on Drown. I'm thinking one thing we can do coming up, we can do sort of a report back after a few months and see how they're working and see sort of what the thoughts are for next steps. So.
If I could comment on that too, and Daniel, I would just invite you to right north of Grand. Is he out there? Is he right there? Right there. Okay, great. Just north of Grand, we have a test speed humps, and so I invite you to see what those feel like and see what those look like. And we are doing a study, and I met with the group, the Slow Down Drown group, last Saturday, and they're noticing a positive difference, even though they agree with you that it could be better. So.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Next, we have Ruth Miller, then Carolyn Goldwasser, and then David Wyand.
Hi, thank you for letting me be here tonight. My name is Ruth Miller. I'm a part of a team of Ojai Valley residents with the purpose of improving the lives of the Ojai homeless and ultimately, through collaboration and cooperation efforts, create a year-round homeless shelter. We see a need for truly low-cost housing, income-based rentals, and a year-round supportive transitional shelter, which could be a central point in providing services to the homeless in Ojai. According to Jane Walters, Executive Director of Help of Ojai, Ojai's largest homeless population is working mothers with their children living in cars and couch surfing. Ojai is also seeing more elderly displaced because of raising rents, most of whom are living in cars. Most of the homeless in the Ojai Valley became homeless while living in the Ojai Valley. These are our neighbors. And I printed out some posts from the Ojai Housing Facebook. Good morning. This is not an easy post to write, but I am in immediate need. I've been living in the Ojai Valley for 8 years, in the same apartment for 7 years. I've never been late on my rent. I have raving reviews from my landlord. I urgently need a place to call home. Still looking for a place to stay, anything. Can also do some remodeling, etc., if needed. Semi-retired contractor. Hello, Ojai. We just got our 60-day notice from our landlords who have decided to sell. My husband and I will need a new place to call home by June 1st or sooner. We currently pay $2,200 a month, which is about as high as we can go. Still looking for a 2-bedroom house for rent. Been looking for a while now. For myself, my husband, and our 4-year-old son, we have 2 small dogs, We've been at the same place in downtown Ojai for 8 years, but the landlord raised the rent, and we can't really afford it anymore. I unexpectedly need to leave my apartment by the end of this month. My landlord needs the space for family. I'm in my late 30s. I have 2 senior dogs that are well behaved and housebroken. They sleep most of the time. I have now joined the many residents of Ojai that are being displaced. My landlords are turning my home into 2 rental properties, open to any rentals in the valley. I have a 30-pound Queensland heeler that goes to work with me. We think Ojai needs to be We think there needs to be a coordinated partnership between the city, county, Help of Ojai, the Ojai Valley Family Shelter, service organizations, and churches. Our team is energized, willing to do whatever is needed. We just want you to know we're here, and we're looking forward to working with you.
Thank you, Ruth.
One more. Came out Sunday. I have lived in Ojai for most of my life and am homeless for the first time ever. I need to find a room for rent. Please, in Jesus' almighty name, amen. She went to Nordhoff High School, and she's 64 years old.
Thank you, Ruth.
Can I make a comment?
Susan, yep.
Ruth, come back. I think it would be good to mention that we're meeting next week with Kay Wilson Bolton, who's president of Spirit of Santa Paula. She's agreed to meet with a core group of Ojai homeless advocates to give us a better understanding of the opportunities and obstacles in working toward a year-round homeless shelter. I just want to express my great gratitude for Ruth. She's been, I think, working on this for about 3 weeks now, full-time. I can't do it. I've got too many things on my plate. But she, it's always risky teaming up with someone because you never know if they're going to drop the ball and you've wasted all these hours on the phone. But Ruth, God bless you. You're not dropping the ball. You're going full speed ahead, and I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Had a lot of help, and I appreciate all the
Thank
help
you.
for
Thank-
people who are here and some of you guys and the community in general. It's been really, really gratifying.
Thank you, thank you.
Much appreciated. Thank you, Ruth. Next, we have Carolyn Goldwasser, then David Wyand, and then Carl Hindman.
Hello, thank you. My name is Carolyn Goldwasser, and I live in Ojai. And I am here to speak mainly regarding the homeless housing issue. And I'm glad to be part of a team with Ruth and Sousa and Help of Ojai and Whole Person Care in Ventura and many other situations. My specific focus on what I want to say is that many of the people that I have personally talked to who are homeless or nearly homeless, like some of the things that Ruth just read from Facebook, people about to need a place to live, many of the people are elderly and or have just been in hospitals, in and out of hospitals several times. And although I really appreciate that I now understand people can camp behind City Hall in certain areas without getting tickets for doing that. That's great, a good step for many people. But for some people, especially maybe elderly women who've just been in the hospital or something like that, may not be the best choice. The ability for people in Ventura, like case managers from Whole Person Care, to connect with a homeless person that kind of wanders around and stays in the library half the day and maybe sits at the park for part of the day. It's hard for them to connect with someone for an appointment, even though they say, I'm going to be here next Tuesday at 10:30, the previous Wednesday or whatever. The person may not remember, they may not get there, they don't have a phone or whatever. So it's a difficult job that these people have who are trying very hard to help homeless people, and quite successfully in many cases. But the cost of having someone in and out of hospitals, of course, is borne mainly by medical insurances of one sort or another, probably Medicare, Medi-Cal, whatever. It's not borne by the city, but it is where people end up if they are in too bad a shape from sleeping on the ground or being cold or being wet or being hungry or whatever. And I would suggest that maybe having a small boarding house or two in town might be helpful, especially for some widows with small pensions who would like to continue to live here, who can't, who are some of them on that list that she read, and maybe some other kind of concern for people who may need some kind of supportive care. Some people don't need supportive care. They just need a place to live. So thank you very much, and I appreciate being able to be here.
Thank you, Carolyn. Next, we have David Wyand, and then Carl Hindman, and then Leah Hindman.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I'm here to speak on the homeless issue as well. Last time that I spoke about the gazebo being, people in the gazebo and it being too close to the playground. Since we have got the people moved out with the help of the sheriffs, the last survivor there was a 70-year-old woman. She's deaf. She's in a wheelchair. Ruth, very generous person, got her a tent that she could stay in, and we helped her move all of her stuff. I'm looking forward to being a part of anything. Yeah, I'll do any research that's you want me to do on helping the homeless. A tiny home village. I've been researching prices on tough sheds and different pallet homes and stuff like that. And I'm just wanting to help the homeless. I was homeless at one point, and I'm recovering from alcoholism and drug addiction, and I'm glad to say that last Wednesday during the planning commission, I had a chance to walk out and talk to one of the homeless gentlemen out here that was in real bad shape, and I saw him on Friday, and he said because of the talk that I had with him, he contacted his family, and he went to treatment Monday for 9 months, something like that. I'm here to say that I'm here to help in any way.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next, we have Carl Hindman, then Leah Hindman, and then Jeffrey Starkweather.
Wow, that was good. I was going to talk a little bit about that, but I'm going to follow up on 2 weeks ago, and I'm going to focus on shoplifting and the demise of the retail in this state and the erosion of the rule of law. I used to live in San Francisco, so I see what's going on up there, and I noticed last night, or 2 nights ago, former Councilwoman Angela Alioto said that it's unlivable. And my concern is that it will spread, and we have a great city here, but it's inevitable. It's happening. Shoplifting is happening in Oxnard, and they're starting to lock up the drug stores. So I think we probably should be looking into some plans of how we're going to deal with this. Since I was here 2 weeks ago, we had noticed that two Nordstrom stores are closing in San Francisco and one Nordstrom Rack. So this means in the last couple of months, there are 17 closures in and around Union Square. The stated reasons for closures are operating losses, shrinkage through theft, and the security. They cannot guarantee the security of their employees and patrons. These are some of the companies: Office Depot, Disney, Marshalls, H&M, Crate & Barrel, Abercrombie & Fitch, Whole Foods, just 3 weeks ago, Banana Republic, Amazon Go, Anthropologie, and that's the total of 17. I don't know if anybody's been there, but these stores are boarded up. I think it's appropriate that we do look at this. I think there are solutions. I think we need a plan. Some of the things I think we could do is just raise the awareness in Ojai. We could always elevate shoplifting to agenda items in the city council. We can let the world know that Ojai does not tolerate shoplifting, and we will enforce the laws, which do allow up to 6 months of jail time and a fine of up to $1,000. They are now misdemeanors. They're no longer felonies. So they're not pursuing them in San Francisco. They don't have a large enough police force. Again, I think a lot of some symbolic efforts we take here would really help. I mean, we could have a 5-0 vote condemning shoplifting and making a statement that it's not welcome here. We can do a lot of little things right now before it increases. And I don't know if any of you have been around the state, but it's atrocious. LA, San Francisco, Sacramento, San Diego. And of course, if you want to go to Portland, try that one. There are more stores closing there than anywhere else. These stores tend to be, this is not a victimless crime. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Next, we have Leah Heinman, then Jeffrey Starkweather, and then Klaus-Peter Fleischman.
Hi, I'm Lee Hindman. So I trust you'll hear what I have to say tonight, and hearing is more important than listening. We're all blessed to live in this Paradise Valley and in our town of Ojai. And so here we're all connected in a sort of family way. We're like a big dysfunctional family, actually. Some have gifts, all have flaws and shortcomings. This meeting is like we're all sitting at a big dinner table with the extended family overflow in the back of the room, and we argue and we disagree and we're self-righteous and it gets messy. And at the core of each of our desires is to express what we believe is the best for Ojai. The voices here tonight are of many who care enough to stand up for the good of our family. You all sitting at the head of the table have the responsibility to represent us and to weigh carefully all issues placed before you. You are not granted our power. You are granted the position to hear our voices. We in the back of the room, we hold the power. There's one council member I want you to carefully think about tonight, and that is Leslie Rule. The lawsuit thrust upon her is ultimately your responsibility. You all created this. You are to treat her as your family. You are to support her as you would any other member of this council. So step up, cover the costs of her defense, should this frivolous lawsuit proceed. Or better yet, use your back channel contacts to stop this. It's a waste of our time and resources. We have things to solve like homelessness. Betsy, I think you are responsible for much of the shenanigans that have occurred in this council over the past bunch of months. I used to not be involved until I started hearing stuff. If you step down, you'll spare yourself a very unpleasant year because the numbers are ticking up and they are showing that the tide has turned against you. I don't know if you see it, but everybody else does. So please do not underestimate the power of this large family. We're just getting started. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Next, we have Jeffrey Starkweather, then Klaus-Peter Fleischman, and then Renee Roth.
Mayor, City Council, staff, public. I want to just kind of follow up on that in some way, but in a different vein. I think we need to start working on stop inviting lawsuits and trying to avoid them. An example we're going to have tonight is the housing element issue. We received a letter on February 13th from HCD saying we're not in compliance, raising some issues about the Becker properties, the Caprillo properties. My question is, why didn't we act on it then? Then we get a letter from Californians for Homeownership on March 29th saying they're going to sue us on May 29th, I think it is, if we don't get our housing element under control. Why didn't we act on it then? Now we're talking about getting consultants to start working on it. If we'd have done it then, I think we would be less likely to be sued. Another factor here is mentioned about homelessness. We have continually put in, under the anti-displacement section of our housing action plan, funding help of Ojai's rental assistance program. It is much better to prevent homelessness, which is their goal, than to have to ameliorate it. If we don't want to be sued, we should be funding them. The other one is the REACH code. We know that Berkeley's, which is very similar to ours, had to do with pumping in gas into buildings and how that violated federal law. I won't get into the details of that, but it seems like we could be vulnerable to a lawsuit as well, but we could solve that problem pretty easily. The organization that would sue, that would only have standing to sue, deals with commercial kitchens. So if we eliminated that requirement on future commercial kitchens, current ones we've exempted, we would not, they couldn't sue us because they'd have no standing to sue. Secondly, we could do like the state of New York's doing and just require energy hookups, or we can do incentives. And third has to do with what was just talked about, this dispute going on about the closed door meetings and suits going back and forth and people complaining to the DA and all that sort of stuff. We're wasting, in my opinion, a lot of time on that, and we could solve that problem really easily to waive the privilege on what happened in those closed door meetings and to implement what the DA asked us to do, which is to tape record our meetings in the future. That, whoever is at fault or not at fault, that would be past us once that's done. And we can start actually working on projects. But are we going to spend the next several months fighting that issue? Let's get it over with. Thank you.
Jeffrey,
Thank you,
I have a
Jeffrey.
question. I'm sorry, Mayor. Are you suggesting that we basically own what happened in those closed sessions publicly?
Yeah, let chips fall where they may. That's what I'm suggesting.
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. And just to confirm, council decided to have a memo produced, correct? Do you want to?
Yeah, council requested production of a memo regarding the various allegations for Brown Act violations, et cetera. And council also requested a workshop to be held on public transparency, which is currently scheduled for May 22nd.
Great, thank you, Matt. Okay, next we have Klaus-Peter Fleischman, then Renee Roth, and then Clifford Hill.
Hello. A lot of hardworking people in front of me here, a lot of reading, a lot of agony. I don't envy you, but I have something that I hope can unite. I hope can unite people, and that's, if you remember from last time when I was here, my topic is safety. Safety for pedestrians, safety for bicyclists, for people with limited mobility. I think we have way too much traffic on the weekends, and people are speeding a lot. That young boy that was here is one of my neighbors, and it's really dangerous at certain times. I spent a couple of hours actually going into Rachel Lang's neighborhood, and I talked to almost all the people about the speed bumps. They work. We don't need, James, we don't need months. It's already established. They work. They're wimpy. People go over them. They avoid them because they're not the real speed bumps, but they are better than nothing. And a lot of people would like to have them to have safer neighborhoods. And I asked you to do some soul searching. What can each one of you do to make a difference in terms of safety? So in that sense, I think that would be a beginning, And then stop signs. I ride a bike everywhere. I have to stop for the roads. It should be the other way around. The bicycle lane should be the right of way, and the car should stop for us. Things like that would make a difference. So I'll keep coming back and feed you ideas. I think safety is something we should all be able to work together on. Shouldn't be a dispute about. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Klaus-Peter.
If I could, Klaus, I just wanted to thank you for your comment and also to let you know that when I spoke with the Slow Down Drown group, They had amazing suggestions for ways that we can improve safety. So I will be following up on, I have a whole list of marching orders here. So this
Good.
is something I really am concerned about, and I feel like I'm not alone, so.
And I like to work with you on that.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Next, we have Renee Roth and Clifford Hill.
Good evening, members of the council and staff. I'm here tonight to kind of talk about overlapping issues. One of them is just to reiterate what has already been spoken about. We are facing a housing crisis of proportions that I didn't even know were possible. We've had people come up here and talk about having their children, being afraid for their children if they go and play in the park behind City Hall because of the homeless population that is there. We've had people come and talk about how they're concerned about the people who are living in their tents behind City Hall. Where do they go to the bathroom? Where do they get showers? Where do they put their stuff? How do they get the help they need? I've been doing some research, and thankfully I've gotten some information about this MOU that Matt Levere mentioned, and I mentioned it at the last city council meeting. At the last planning commission meeting, and Rachel Lang was there, and I was appreciative that she was there. And at that planning commission meeting, I was made aware of this MOU that the city council has actually approved, and Mayor Betsy Sticks has actually signed. And in that MOU, it was passed as a consent item, 33 pages long consent item, and it talks about the responsibilities of collaboration and cooperation with Ventura County and their continuum of care. So you've already signed on to it. I was happy to see that. I was happy to read that. And James put that on the agenda as a consent item. Way to go, James. But does anybody know about it? Does anybody look at it? Is it even acknowledged to exist? And in that continuum of care, it does say that the city has a responsibility to do certain things in that continuum of care. One of them is to commit to actively participate with the Ventura County continuum of care. Another is to develop a crisis response system, which includes emergency housing resources for those who present as homeless in their jurisdiction. The third item, pursue permanent housing units across the continuum of care, including transitional, permanent, supportive, and extremely affordable, as enumerated in their housing element of their jurisdiction, of their general plan. So I'm bringing this to your attention because you've signed it, you've put it into law. It is part of what should be the city has a responsibility to provide. Right now, I don't see it in the budget. I don't see a staff person providing those services. The only people I know who are doing it are Help of Ojai. Bless them.
Thank you, Renee.
But I would like to see the city step up and do more. I would like to see items in the budget for staff and responsibilities to join and cooperate in meeting our housing needs. Thank you.
Renee. And just to clarify for the public, the continuum of care receives funding from the state and the federal government, and they fund Help of Ojai, so that's how we end up getting it. James, you want to clarify on the MOU?
Thank you, and that's what I just wanted to explain as well. So Ventura County, because all the cities are relatively small compared to maybe like a county in a city situation like LA, almost every city in the county, I think, except for maybe Oxnard, I think, has joined the continuum of care with the idea that it's a regional approach to address homelessness, because the reality is that most of those cities are too small to solve it on their own and don't get funding to solve it on their own. The city does not receive funding. It's not unusual for a city the size of Ojai, and there are cities like Port Hueneme, Ventura, Santa Paula, Simi Valley that have also signed on to this for that regional approach. By the city signing on to this MOU,
that is what allows Help of Ojai to get funding. So that is how we are helping do our part. But I think I'd be careful maybe to sort of caution everybody about the narrative that the city should be funding that. That's not the way it's been set up. The city could always choose to go above and beyond, but we are doing our part by meeting all the requirements of the MOU and allowing the agencies in our area to then also be part of that process. So,
Thank you, James. Next, we have Clifford Hill.
Hi, everybody. How is it tonight? So I'm completely unprepared. I want to talk about being disabled in Ojai, and public restrooms here, basically pretty good. The public restrooms on the backside of the arcade are in dire need of push buttons, as is the front door of the Duchess, which is otherwise a very handicap-friendly restaurant. Raines is a very handicap-friendly store. Bonnie Lou's, wish it could be handicap-friendly, but they'd have to tear down half the building to put in the right bathroom. So I guess y'all letting her go for that. The push button on the crosswalk at Blanche and Ojai Avenue on the south side of the street is beyond my reach. It's supposed to be flush with the curb. It's not supposed to be 18 inches back from the curb. The Ojai Valley Trail, the signal of Ojai, the place that it is. You walk out the front gate of the Ojai Valley Inn. What's the minimum room right now at the Ojai Valley Inn? $6 a night? And in the first 300 feet, that guest walks toward town. Oh, there's about 100 feet of cracked up pavement and shit that they could break an ankle on or whatever. And as you proceed on down the trail, between Signal and Ventura, it's, if you're not paying attention, you're gonna trip and fall, especially if you're old and whatever. Heading further west, the stretch through the park is pretty damn nice. And the next stretch down towards Fox is very nice. But once you get to Fox, there's a culvert at the bottom of the grade when you go down. The surface getting to the bridge over the culvert on both sides is garbage. It's dirt, it's irregular. I've almost tipped there a couple times. Proceeding east on the Ojai Valley Trail, just before you get to Bryant, I believe, there's about 25, 30 feet of busted up stuff that's all painted with yellow stripes and stuff. None of this stuff is expensive to fix. I don't understand. And especially that stretch outside of the Ojai Valley Inn. You got these long dollar people coming here. You want them to spend money. Oh, remember they're going to sue the city because they tripped on the crosswalk. What else can I say? I got 10 seconds. Ojai is the most beautiful place I have ever lived in my entire life. And I've been...
Thank you, Clifford. Any comments online, Weston?
Yes, Mayor. We have one raised hand. Becky? Becky, you have the floor.
Thank you, Weston. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. In response to the woman who wants to defend Leslie Rule and seeks to point the finger of blame at Mayor Sticks, the lawsuit by citizens to protest Leslie Rule's potential violation of the Brown Act is not frivolous, and it needs to be heard in the court of law rather than in the court of public opinion, such as the Ojai Valley News, social media, and city council meetings. Contrary to the previous speaker's assertions, the majority of citizens do not support Ms. Rule's unruly, uncivil, and possibly unlawful behavior. She may have put the city and taxpayers at risk, and if she has, she needs to be held accountable. She is not the hero she and others want to paint her to be. The city and taxpayers may, in fact, be her victims. It is inappropriate for the city to agree to pay for her legal expenses before the matter has been adjudicated in the courts. If she has broken the law, paying her legal bills is akin to asking an assault victim to pay for the legal expenses of her perpetrator. I look forward to the Brown Act workshop on May 22nd and hope everyone will attend. I also look forward to the matter of rules alleged violation of the Brown Act being heard in the courts rather than allowing her and others to manipulate minds in the court of public opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. Anything else, Weston?
No more, Mayor.
Okay, we will move on to the consent calendar. I have several public comments on the consent calendar. Anything like to be pulled?
I'd like to pull H, but can we pull all the items that there's public comment on?
Yeah, we have comments on B, G, H, and I.
So, shall we approve?
Yeah,
the rest?
yep.
Excuse me,
I would like to pull B.
Okay. All right, okay, so we're going to pull B, G, H, I, and H and take public comment on those.
B, D,
B, G,
H, I.
H,
Yes.
I. Okay. Okay. All right, we'll begin with item number B. We have Larry Steingold. Item B is the City of Ojai warrants?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Regarding the invoice for legal fees for Mr. Summers' law firm, is it possible to see the breakdown of the invoices to see which one is for, each one for which legal issue? Is it for simply Ojai lawsuit? Is it for the closed session? Is it for a lawsuit on daily? Whatever they're for, because they're broken down. Obviously, the $30,000 is broken down something, 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 something. It's not just a blanket invoice, I'm assuming. Because most law firms are 11 and a half minutes or whatever they do here based on that. So if that's possible, or do I have to go to a public records request to see what invoices are make up that 30 grand every month versus what they're applied to, such as the things that we're being sued for, all these activities. Who do we blame for all the legal bills? Because he's defending, and he's also helping you people avoid issues and write laws and do all these things. And that's great, because that's his job. So is it possible to do that, or how do we do that?
Do you, one second.
Yeah.
Mr. City Attorney, do you want to comment on that?
So the bills in full are available to the council without redaction in full. As to the members of the public, the council could direct by majority vote, providing a item by item summary, X thousand of this lawsuit, X thousand of that lawsuit. The full bills are attorney-client privilege because they detail
Fair
slip
enough.
by slip what I do
Fair
for
enough.
the council and my colleagues. The Public Records Act request can also be filed, but note that, again, that will redact off anything that's privileged, which includes, for a lawsuit that is pending under existing Supreme Court case law, the amount of money spent on the lawsuit is privileged and protected because it would reveal strategy. A high bill in 1 month before a big deadline reveals to the plaintiff or the opposing party what may be coming. The council, however, could by majority vote direct more information to be provided. So I would need majority direction from the council to provide more information.
Mayor? I have requested this information in the past, and so I am still hoping to get it. I guess I would get the full version, but I would like us to put an item on the agenda that we discuss and approve releasing what information we possibly can. When we get to discussion on the warrant, I also intend to discuss legal fees, and when we get to the budget, I think it's also a place to discuss legal fees. So I'm hoping that the council will agree to, once we go through the budget and we take a look, that we will agree that the public has a right to know the amount that we are spending on legal fees, whether or not we break it down item by item, at least to know will give us a sense.
I would like item per lawsuit versus lawsuit versus lawsuit.
Which one? Yes, as much as
Okay.
we can.
Well,
I
it's
mean,
obvious because he's got to pay them.
Well,
All right.
I understand.
Thank you, Larry.
As much as I can, as much as I can.
Yeah, Souza, you have a question?
To give direction, because I'm in favor of providing more information.
Well,
to the
future
public.
agenda items are at the end of the meeting.
No, that could
Is
be
that-
any time.
Well, that's my question. That's
They
my question.
can
Sorry,
be at
Mayor.
any time. I can make a suggestion that may solve this problem and find support from the majority of the council, but I would prefer to wait until we've gone through public comment, not to take the public's time. The council in approving the warrants could direct more information to be provided with the next set of warrants, and I can make a suggestion to that front that may meet this need, but I would want to do so at the appropriate time when the council is considering the warrants.
We'll finish public comment then. We have Tisha Morris on G, establishing an outdoor flagpole display policy.
Good evening, council. I'm actually here out of the spirit of appreciation that this item is on the consent calendar. This is for the approving the pride flag for Pride Month. For those who don't know me, I'm married to council member Rachel Lang, and I want to take a moment just to recognize her as the first openly elected LGBTQ member of Ojai in our history. I think that's an important milestone that needs to be recognized. It's gotten a little overshadowed with this new council, but I want to take that moment. Rachel and I moved to Ojai because of its small town charm, all the things that we all love about it, the arts, and also its inclusivity. We were we've been shocked to receive hate mail that was directed specifically as us being lesbians. The first was in a kind of serial killer handwriting of no lesbians allowed here. The next one was a little more on the passive-aggressive side, a anonymous writer, however they did include their return address, which was a little confusing, and referred to me as the wife, which, maybe that's better than the husband, I don't know. Proceeded to imply that we shouldn't live in a nice house or have a white poodle. Again, confused because he presents feminine, I'm not sure. Anyway, we were told to go away. But my concern here, to be serious, is that it's for the kids, the teens, the young adults who go to school and are subjected to bullying every day and hate slurs that I can't even imagine that they have to endure every day. We obviously live in a very divisive climate, more so than ever, and the minority feels emboldened to voice their non-inclusive in threatening ways. And so I think it's more important than ever that Ojai really represent what I know is to be the proud majority of our city. The flag is not just a performative exercise because it's the thing you do. It really shows the kids that we have their back at a time like this. So I just want to thank you for doing that.
Thank you, Tisha. Next, we will move on to H on the consent calendar, which is the housing element, the sixth cycle housing element. First, we have Jeffrey Starkweather, then Steve Quillisi, and then Bill Miley.
Jeffrey Starkweather. I just have a real short comment. Whatever we do, whether we use a consultant or however we go about getting our housing element in compliance, the Planning Commission, which I'm a member of, but I haven't been there that long, but I know Steve Quillisi's been there a long time. Every meeting we deal with the housing code, the municipal code that deals with housing and land use. And we have more experience than anybody besides our community development director, who is very experienced, in dealing with this thing. And we have talked about for some time about the need, which the Housing and Community Development has called for, and it's in that letter, and it we've committed to as part of our housing action plan to eliminate barriers that are part of our code. So I hope whoever works on this, if you hire a consultant, they actually work with the Planning Commission. Because if you look at our housing element and our action plan, it actually lists the Planning Commission equally with Community Development Department with responsibility for carrying out these tasks, one of which is to eliminate those barriers. So thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Next, we have Steve Quillisi, then Bill Miley, and then Dee Reed.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. I have a few questions about this housing update. First of all, isn't bringing the housing element of the general plan into compliance with state law and regulations something that Ramey and Associates should already be doing under their existing contract to update the general plan? Why does the city need to hire another consultant? Second, I have read in this week's online edition of the Ojai Valley News a letter from Californians for Homeownership, which Jeffrey mentioned briefly, threatening to sue the city over the housing element's non-compliance, with the deadline 3 weeks from today. This letter encloses 3 letters from the State Housing and Community Development Department, letters to the city dated 2021, 2022, and 2023, all citing specific pieces of the housing element as being non-compliant. The Planning Commission has been told that HCD is only looking for, quote, minor corrections to the housing element, but these letters sound more serious. Third, the Planning Commission has, over the space of 3 years, reviewed most of the zoning code. Excuse me, and we have recommended about 200 separate changes to Title 10, Chapter 2, that's the zoning code, for City Council approval, none of which have come before you for your review yet, and for which I greatly feel sad. But since we are all volunteers, our time in this effort has cost the city exactly 0. Fourth, as Jeffrey mentioned, the Planning Commission has also discussed the housing element at length over many meetings and many individual cases. More recently, even talking about objective versus subjective development standards in the Ojai Municipal Code. And that's cited in your staff report. So I'm asking, when will the Planning Commission be allowed to formally review and deliberate on these critiques from HCD, and more importantly, help modify the housing element to be compliant? It's what we did previously on the general plan's vision and goals and the housing element goals and programs. We're here to help, and it won't cost you $20,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate that. And just to clarify for the public, out of all the jurisdictions in California, 40% of the jurisdictions are currently not in compliance with HCD, so that is a pretty large chunk of California.
Yeah, and Mayor, if I could just sort of speak to a couple points, because Mr. Quillisi gave some excellent segues. Mr. Quillisi just talked about subjective versus objective standards, and I think, and then talked about, the lengthy process and the amount of times we've reviewed it and resubmitted it to try to meet objective versus subjective standards. And I think all of what Mr. Quillisi said is very true, and I think it also is why we're very frustrated with the process, and that's why at some level we're trying to figure out another action we can take to try to get this across the finish line. We're hearing from
other agencies and from HCD themselves that there are other cities that are in this spot, that the housing element, this is maybe my opinion, but the point of the housing element has changed from a planning exercise to not just a planning exercise anymore. And so we have reviewed the housing element, we've submitted the housing element, we revised the housing element, and we are still getting sort of subjective requirements that we have to meet. And we want to try to push it across the finish line. I think that the other point I want to make is what Mr. Quillisi said, and it speaks to sort of the tension, because I hear this from a lot of people of, well, why aren't we rushing and why aren't we just resubmitting? But at the same time, everybody wants to be part of the review process, and every, we have to bring it to the council, and then there's the question of, does it go to the commission and others? So at this point, our approach is we are trying to get the revisions, the most recent revisions. We are planning to bring those to council on May 23rd. My recommendation will be to try to get that adopted and submitted as soon as possible, for the reasons Mr. Quillisi mentioned, that there is a group who does this for a living. They threaten to sue cities that aren't into compliance to collect the fees. And so I would like to get into compliance as soon as possible to avoid that. And I think staff, if we're doing our jobs, that's what we should be trying to do. So we are going to bring it on May 23rd. That doesn't preclude anybody from, in the meantime, we can also have the Planning Commission continue to review the housing programs that they've started to review. We can still do other work simultaneously, but for us, for all the reasons mentioned, we are trying to get into compliance as soon as possible. And really, it's just to maintain, the key phrase that we all should remember is maintain local control. Anybody who lives in Ojai should want Ojai to be able to make decisions about what is in Ojai. And it's a little weird that seems to be maybe changing a little bit, but I think that the majority of the community feels that way. And I think that we're going to do what we can to try to make sure that Ojai makes decisions about Ojai, not the state of California, who we have not historically trusted to make decisions for the city of Ojai. So with that, we're planning to bring it May 23rd.
And 3 other quick points to add to that. The the document that we intend to bring back to the council on May 23rd, at this time is not anticipated to include any adjustments to the sites list, the SPL overlay zone list, because in all of their comments from every different HCD reviewer, and bear that in mind as noted in the staff report, every time it goes to HCD, we get a new round of comments with a new reviewer and a new perspective. It's a difficult agency to work with. But nowhere in there have they made comments so far regarding any change in the SPL overlay zone sites list. So that's coming forward as originally approved, recommended for approval rather by the Planning Commission and approved by the council passed. The adjustments are to the remainder of the element, particularly the housing programs, and converting, in a nutshell, converting things like will consider to will study, or will consider to will within 3 years review and approve revised standards, things like that. Concretizing our existing housing programs and the prior elements. A second is on the lawsuit deadline. Note that the group Californians for Homeownership is not a group that has historically fought for, to use a colloquial term, the little guy. They are funded by the California Association of Realtors, and that's apparent in their IRS documents. They're funded by them, fully funded by them and by their attorney's fees wins, and they have sued a number of cities in Southern California and now starting to go Northern California as well. So we are not afraid of them. We are ready, prepared to fight them exactly as hard as the council directs us to fight. But we are also cognizant of the need to avoid yet another lawsuit, and hence the push is to May 23rd so that the council can adopt it ahead of their false and improperly imposed deadlines. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, James. I just want to add one thing. I've been meeting for the last couple of years with a group of local electeds about, California local electeds about housing, and I hear the same comments made consistently. A lot of frustration, a lot of subjective versus objective questions, and which makes sense if 40% of the jurisdictions are not being accepted at this point. Susan, did you want to comment?
Question. Is it true when people keep saying that we've not had any new housing in 30 years? Now, when they say that, does that refer to projects like Whispering Oaks, or just single-family homes? What does that mean? No new housing in 30 years?
So in short, that's a false statement. The city has approved several new housing units in the last 30 years, something around 50 plus.
50 new single-family
No,
homes?
I said new housing units.
What does that mean?
Housing units means any individual unit, 4 walls and a roof, or a part thereof that someone can live in. Much of that 50 plus units that have been approved have been ADUs, both new ADUs, new accessory dwelling units, and existing ADUs legalized. On the housing statistics, we count it by units. Now, if you break it out to types of units, most of them have been ADUs. The city has approved some new single-family homes. I don't have that number off the top of my head, but it's something in the over 30 years, low tens.
Yeah.
We can get
You're
the
saying over 30 years, less than 10 new.
No, low tens. So somewhere between 10 and 30. I don't have the
10 and
precise number off
30.
the top of my head, but somewhere between 10 and 30 new single-family homes. And then I think the number that folks are referring to is a limited amount of apartments approved in that window. That would be what we haven't seen much of. Although Whispering Oaks would be somewhere around 30-ish years ago. I forget the exact date off the top of my head.
Over 30, yeah. Since we're having, while I understand that the housing element has, gone, the purpose behind it has gone from planning to actually doing, even though we aren't required to do. Whether or, yes, we would like to keep local control, but right now we don't have a compliant or even substantially compliant housing element, which has resulted in 2 builders' remedies and suits under 330, which is ministerial approval of units. And I am under the impression that if we do not, I mean, the state is saying.
Sorry, Councilmember, can we finish public comment
Well,
before we move on to discussion?
I would have liked
though?
to, except for we started the conversation.
No, I think
so
we should finish.
these were-
because
I think we
I
should
don't
too.
even know why this is on the consent rather than agenda, but anyway, okay.
Yeah,
Oh.
so, yeah, for sure. Go ahead.
Okay, next we have Bill Miley, then Dee Reed, and then Renee Roth.
For the record, my name is Bill Miley. I think the issue in the past 30 years, we've had no affordable housing developments the last 20 years. Okay? It seems to me that the reason we're here tonight on this issue is that there were public comments sent to the State Housing and Community Development Department about the housing element and what was going on. That seems to me the reason we're here. So because this relates to the potential loss of zoning control if it's not approved, the public should really know what the correspondence to the state was. And it's all about the Cycle 6 housing element document and its revisions. So I urge the council to make all such correspondence public now, so we know what you're talking about. Builder's remedy, whatever. Now that I know you can write the state, I'm going to do that too, because I have questions about what goes on, and I've been involved in 3 cycles. That goes back maybe 15 years, 20 years. So let's get that correspondence public and become transparent so we know what we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Next we have Dee Reed, then Renee Roth.
Hello all. Thank you for getting this on the off the consent agenda, which is part of what I want to speak about and answer about the question that people keep talking about only 50 houses or only 30 units or whatever. I think what we tend to be referring to most of the time is deed restricted, which is rare. So I do want to talk about the process. I don't have a strong opinion about whether you should spend 20 grand to hire a consultant to get you over the finish line to make it look like you're doing something when you maybe really are not. And I don't care if 40% of California is having the same problem you are. I doubt they're giving their city council 3 weeks' notice on a lawsuit. I doubt they're giving the public an agenda item with no attachments. So I think it's disappointing and scandalous that you intended to sweep this one under the rug as a consent agenda item to begin with. Thanks to the Ojai Valley News, we now know what it's really about. The seemingly innocuous memo on an update on the housing element status is actually a hell of a lot more than that. And there's a whole lot of information that was withheld from the public and some of it from the council. The memo that raises more questions than answers. It turns out that it reveals that the housing element, the same one that was secretly adopted on another consent agenda at your very first meeting, good way to get going, in December, is not full of minor flaws. It's really about the fact that the state is saying that they are not ready to certify it, not even close, and that somebody's on the verge of suing us, and there's others talking about developers' solution, whatever it is. So now here's the spoiler alert. We have yet another lawsuit pending and further state scrutiny. I've lost count of how many lawsuits there are since this new administration came to power and how much money the city will spend to defend the indefensible, including putting up barriers to affordable housing, instead of working in public to address a serious problem and possibly improve the lives of people who work here. So why should we care about this? Because homelessness and a lack of affordable housing is a statewide problem. It's a serious problem across California, and it's now here in our own community. But some of you think that Ojai is just too precious to care about permitting new homes or apartments for people who work under our noses. Now we're beginning to see just how costly your pausing of the Becker Development Agreement and your penchant for secrecy and foot-dragging on the Cabrillo proposal and others is going to turn out to be for taxpayers. Instead of kindness and transparency, I hope that we can have, and we now have an ongoing cover-up of what needs to be done. I'm here to ask you to stop making major policy decisions behind the scenes. That is neither kind nor transparent nor democratic. Let's get it right by working together in public for the common good, not just for the people you think voted for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dee. And just to clarify, Cabrillo got their plans in, and it will go through the Planning Commission. That's the process, correct?
Once there is a complete application, yes. They've submitted an application, it's under review, must go through the process. Not on tonight's agenda, will be coming to Planning Commission and probably City Council. No comments is my recommendation on the merits of that application. It's not yet before the city.
But that is the process. Okay. Renee Roth?
Thank you, Mayor Betsy. And so am I correct in hearing now that this has been removed from the consent agenda? Is that correct?
It's been pulled. It's still part
It's
of
been
the-
pulled from the
Yeah,
consent
so you can
agenda.
comment on the
Okay,
item.
then I will try to keep my comments a little bit briefer, but as we all know, the state of California is coming down hard on cities who avoid growth and development, specifically development of housing, and more specifically, affordable housing. Ojai is one of those cities. We have a mark on the state of California that says we are not for housing, okay? It's big and everybody sees it. A vocal and politically active group have helped Mayor Betsy get elected who oppose any new growth and development and would rather sue the city in defiance to stop any growth and development. Hence the lawsuits, hence the referendums. Let's talk about this really, the elephant in the room. This is really what we need to be talking about. Mayor Sticks has said she opposed the Becker project and should be recusing herself from all items relating to housing going forward, giving her campaign supporters and managers who are leading the effort to sue the city. I'm sorry, but I have to say it. People might not know it or understand it, but that's what's going on. By placing the adoption of the housing element on the agenda as a consent item, It appears the city manager and Mayor Sticks are trying to sneak in approval of the housing element for $20,000 of special consulting time without public scrutiny and public input. This smells fishy and appears to bypass council member scrutiny and transparency and review by the community. Another attempt by Mayor Sticks to create a backroom deal? I ask. I'm sorry, but I don't trust you. I really don't. So, as far as I'm concerned, the real issue is the lack of affordable housing. We vilified developers and haven't done it in years. It's really very predictable. California-style local control, segregationist zoning to keep undesirables out results in housing prices and homelessness. That is very predictable. So I suggest you do your best and step up and try to address the development and growth that is needed in our community in a healthy, responsible, sustainable way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Renee. I just wanted to add, just to remind folks that at the Becker Agreement as proposed, we lose more low-income housing than we actually be gaining from that. And it also does not comply with CEQA laws, so.
So,
just a second.
excuse me,
We're not allowed
excuse
to
me,
discuss
Mayor.
that.
That is not true, and this is not the place we're having discussion. So that has not been litigated. That is, once again, I think, to Renee's point, your opinion, and you say it as though it's fact, and that, hence, is why she asks you to recuse yourself from these kinds of discussions. That is what the basis of the lawsuit is. That is the basis of the lawsuit.
And
That
as
has
I-
not
Mayor
been
and council,
decided.
As
we've
I
had a
said-
point and a counterpoint. Please refrain from further
Thank you.
discussion of a project
excuse
that's
me,
not
are
on
you-
the agenda.
Yeah, okay, let's
Attorney, are you
continue.
running this meeting? Are you
Um,
running this meeting?
I provide legal advice
Okay.
recommending to my
I'm running the
client
meeting,
to-
and we are going to
Councilmember
continue.
Rule, are you running this meeting? And when are you going to stop
Wait,
your
point
opinions?
of order.
Okay, point of order.
Point of order.
We're gonna
Let's-
continue.
Let's all get along, please.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Thank
can
you,
I
Rachel.
provide just a comment?
And
Mayor,
I was just.
Can I provide a
yeah,
comment
yes,
just
please do.
related to this
Thank-
item?
Let's finish this first.
Well, I'd like to provide a comment on this item real
Go ahead,
quick.
James.
Just because I think there,
Can we have quiet, please, so people can hear? Go ahead, James.
I'd just like to clarify, I think last two speakers talked about the impropriety of putting the approval of the housing element on the consent agenda. And I just want to clearly state that's not what's on the agenda. What's on the agenda is a status update with the request from council to approve additional resources to get the housing element adopted. It's a very basic item and is appropriate for the consent calendar. And so, like I said earlier, we're going to bring the approval on May 23rd, and that'll be a discussion item. So just to speak to that concern that we keep to
Okay,
hear.
thank you.
I was arguing about what's.
That's not a back and forth.
Okay, thank you. We have two more comments on the consent
Can
calendar.
I ask, can we make all correspondence related to this public?
Well, so there's a couple points there that I can get to, but the comment that we aren't being transparent because we're not providing the public comments sent to the state. And I will note that we have requested the public comments from the state as well. The comment about it not being transparent, being inappropriately placed towards the city, they're comments to the state. So the state's the people that hold those comments. So we can provide what we've received, but we don't have everything because we're not the state. So.
But this will be back on the agenda May 23rd for further discussion. I think that's.
It will be on
Correct.
the agenda for the
important.
council to consider adopting a revised housing element on May 23rd.
And you don't need our permission to spend the 20,000, so that's not what you're asking for with this item.
It's on top of prior approvals for the contract, so it is at a level where the council needs to approve it.
Yes.
And if I
so,
could-
so we do have a contract, as Mr. Quilisi said, we have a contract with our general plan update team to do the housing element update. So this is an additional $20,000 potentially.
Yeah, it feels like we have no choice now, but to do it in order to meet the deadline. I wish we could have
Correct.
avoided it.
And the deadline is not the state's deadline. It is a falsely imposed deadline by a group that sues cities out of sport.
I see.
But that said, again, we're trying to avoid another needless lawsuit.
Okay, thank you.
With that, I'd recommend we take the last two public commenters and then return to the council for discussion on the consent items.
Okay, we have one comment on D, citizens option for public safety
Excuse
funding,
me,
and that's Renee Roth.
Excuse me, I'm not, this item's been pulled so we can have a discussion on it. Is that correct?
Yeah, Counselor, we just have 2 more public comments on consent. Are you okay with just taking those 2 and then we'll
And then
move
coming
on?
back to
Yeah.
it? Oh, sure, okay,
Yeah, okay.
for sure.
This is on D, citizens option for public safety funding.
Good evening again. I want to say that I wanted to make a plea that this public safety funding be used to address the needs of our homeless community. And I sent a letter of that explaining why and how I think it should be used. Our police are our front line, first level responders to the homeless crisis. And when things break out and things are destructive and things happen in our homeless community, I would like to see this $100,000, which is to be used for community support and engagement, be used to address ways to address our housing community. Maybe we can find places for people to store their limited items in a place or a way that would be protected, so we don't have our police department grabbing the blankets and the towels and the ID and the wallets and all that stuff, and it goes to the police department and it goes in a big heap, and nobody can find stuff. I've seen it, I've heard it over and over again. I would like to see that frontline interface be improved and respected, and have collegial, responsive training and best practices from other cities on how they're dealing with this issue as part of our public safety money. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. All right, last comment is on I, Brian Eakins. I is the ratifying the appointment to vacancy on the Historic Preservation Commission.
I thought I did already.
Mayor, thank you for that, but I feel I covered that in the commissioner comments.
Thank you very much. All right, any comments online, Weston?
None on Zoom, Mayor.
Okay, let's move on to discussion then.
Can I ask a question about the last, the consent item for the public safety funding? That can include what Renee said about addressing homeless issues, is that correct? It isn't, I'm looking at the description of what it can include, what the funds can be used for, and it says, at the top of page 1-2, what we can use the funding for.
Yeah, I would suggest if there's a desire to revisit that we just pull the item and bring it back at a later time. But I will note, the chief and I met, and the recommendation is what we think the police department needs at this point, most importantly. Which is the funding for the part-time sheriff's service technician and funding for the Ojai Police Special Enforcement Detail. That is our recommendation. If the council wants us to consider something else, we can do that, but we'd probably pull it and bring it back after we were able to analyze that, so.
Yeah, I would like to pull it and bring it back, because currently we are in a crisis, and the number of tents behind City Hall are increasing, and so it feels appropriate to at least discuss if we can because the police are already involved with the homeless, and maybe we can designate some of this funding to something as simple as storage lockers, for example. How does the rest of the council feel?
I support that.
I support that too.
Okay, thank you.
Andy?
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, we can bring it back.
Okay, thank you.
But to that point, could we also look at what
Microphone?
Sorry. To that point, could we also look at I don't mean to complicate everything. This might be complicating, but to look at what Klaus mentioned about speed bumps, or never mind. You know what? We'll do that.
Yeah, and I would just point out,
yeah.
Things like speed humps, things like storage lockers. If they're really priorities, we should be paying for those from our budget. I wouldn't. I don't recommend taking our COPS funding for those, but that's something the council can consider. So.
Okay. Comments on consent?
I just have one comment to Rachel's point. I think that safety in Ojai, and I think Klaus Peter is correct. It is the one thing that we can all come behind. I think we know that biking is dangerous. I think we know that crossing Ojai Ave is dangerous. I think we know that speeders, on dark streets at night is dangerous. I think that there are a lot of safety concerns to address, and I don't know what that big umbrella is, but I hear it all the time in various ways. This isn't safe, that isn't safe. And the things that I've mentioned are the things that I hear over and over and over again. In my district, North Fulton would like to have speed bumps. Drown would like to have speed bumps. All of the areas that are pathways from Ojai Ave to Grand would like to have speed bumps. I cross the street on 150 and I don't feel safe. I drive the street on 150 and I don't feel safe. And when that blinking light at Fox was there for the time that it was there, it slowed traffic down quite a bit. It just wasn't a straight thoroughfare. So I even told people I thought it was permanent because it was a basically low-cost way to slow the traffic down. Anyway, I think we need to have a large discussion around, safety in Ojai, and it may be part of the general plan as concerns other things as well. But I would second that it is a big, big issue here. And then, of course, and I have comments also on other consent items at the time that it is my turn. Thank you.
James, any comments on the safety factor in the general plan? I know that's definitely woven in there.
My only point, they are very important topics. They're priorities. My point is just that the item is for just the COPS funding, the COPS grant funding. So my point was that we were trying to prioritize that funding for what an area that funding can only be, or for something that can only be funded through that funding source, whereas the things like streets improvements, we'll get to the budget in a minute, but we've doubled our street maintenance budget, or we're proposing doubling our street maintenance budget so that we can start doing those things and paying for those from our city funds, which is, in my opinion, what we should have always been doing. But when times got tough, those things got pulled out. We're trying to put them back in now. And so they're all important. We can bring an item, and we will have items as part of the general plan update to discuss these things. And then we'll come back and maybe bring some ideas for funding those versus funding the COPS grant programs. So.
Okay, thank you. All right, then let's move on to discuss item H. And just a reminder, as James said, that this is just an update on the 6th cycle and to authorize staff to contract with a specialist as needed to ensure state certification. So that's all it is. It's just so we're focused. Anyone like to? Leslie?
I understand the need to move quickly with the housing element, but what occurs to me through all of these comments are that the citizens of Ojai have no idea about what is in the housing element, what it means, what we need to do. So whether or not we move forward and we get a compliant housing element, we still have a large contingent of citizens who are very interested and concerned about affordable housing. And maybe they realize or maybe they don't realize that this housing element is all about enabling, actually forcing cities to build affordable housing and the ramifications if you choose not to. And I think that the citizens, I think we need to have a workshop on the housing element and on the new laws. As I said before I was even a candidate in September of 2022, watch out for what's coming off the governor's desk. It was clear then, and now it's beyond clear. It has now become addictive from the state on what we must do. Yet the citizenry is completely unaware, really, of how strongly the state has put their hand on what we must do. And I think it's really important that people know what builder's remedy is. People know that the Becker Project and Cabrillo have filed builder's remedy and what that's going to mean. And otherwise, we are keeping from the public that which they need to know. They need to understand what the state is mandating of us and asking of us to contribute to the housing problem in California. So I would like at some point that we have a workshop to that end. For my district, I have set up a May 25th housing forum on affordable housing in Ojai, where I will delve into the most relevant laws and builder's remedy, what it means, how we need to think about it, because I find that the citizenry does not know. And it is of major import to everybody, whether or not you want affordable housing built or whether or not you don't want affordable housing built. You can't make an informed choice if you don't know what the context is in which you are working. So I would like at some point to have the city take control of that particular item and inform the citizenry of what exactly the state is doing right now about affordable housing. We've talked about it many times, James, but even here, people who are very interested really don't understand what it is. So anyway, on May 25th at 6 o'clock, Ken Hall, we're going to talk about affordable housing in Ojai. So thank you. And then finally, I have to say, Mayor, and this was the result, and I apologize if I jumped in. You said as fact that the Becker Agreement did not follow CEQA. That is the nature of the lawsuit.
Actually,
really, you have to be careful.
Actually, I said as proposed.
As proposed, but that is what is being litigated.
I understand that. Thank
Okay,
you.
so we have to be really careful on how we say those things, because you sit here at the head of this council saying things as though they're fact. And I know that you believe that, which is why people have asked you to recuse yourself from dealings with that. So I think that I would like you just to seriously reflect upon what you do actually believe and whether or not you actually can be fair and impartial in this issue. That's all I have to say on that matter.
Thank you, and I know I can be. Rachel.
Yes, so it was my understanding that we actually voted to have a workshop on housing at a previous council meeting, and that we were going to bring in experts in the field to talk about this, and that we actually said that we were going to make it a priority. Has that been scheduled, or has that been?
No, I think it's one of 6 pending workshops that were
Okay.
approved. So the first workshop we're scheduling is May 22nd, the transparency workshop. That does take some significant resources to prepare. So once we get that one done, then we'll start working on the other 5 workshops.
And if I could jump in with an additional point on that. At this time, the schedule on the housing element is to have the housing element come for the city council discussion item on May 23rd. There isn't time, unless the council directs otherwise, to accomplish a workshop between now and then. But what we would expect is the housing workshop would follow the adoption of the housing element, and its focus can be, in part, strategies for the implementation process, where the meat and the merits are, on how to put into practice all of the promises made in the housing element as drafted regarding affirmatively furthering fair housing and promoting affordable housing development, and how the council wishes to do that. And one other clarification, if I could make, in the vein of precise facts, Becker has not applied for any builder's remedy applications. They've submitted pre-applications, which is legally distinct from an application. No applications have been filed by Becker or Ojai Bungalows or Greenhawk LLC regarding any of those projects. And that item is, of course, pending before the voters on the March 25th, 2024 ballot, and we will wait the decision of the community. And as also on, again, regarding precision, as an institution, the City Council has never declared that it does not have a substantially compliant housing element. I realize that is the opinion of at least one member of the council, but as an institution, the city's position has been and will continue to be, unless otherwise directed by a majority of the council, that its adopted housing element, as adopted in October of 2021, as revised in December of 2022, and is proposed for readoption on May 23rd of this year, in next week, 2 weeks, is compliant with all laws. Thank you.
Can I
Okay.
have to respond, I'm sorry. The city can say whatever it wants. The state has said it is not compliant. So thank you very much. The council can vote on anything they want and call anything they want. But right now it is the state that determines whether or not we have a substantially compliant housing element, unless I am completely wrong on that. And that is the basis of all of this, is the state has said, as it has been in discussion. Are we sure I have asked this question, are we sure we have a substantially compliant housing element? And I have been told yes, but the state has said no. The state has said no. So we can say what we will, and I'm all for the city council saying we have a substantially compliant housing element. And in that vein, I think that you're dismissing a potentially very strong lawsuit against us by an outside force by saying that they're doing this for sport undermines the seriousness of why they're doing it, and what the ramifications of that will be. So I appreciate your position on that, but I don't think they're doing it for sport. Thank you.
Rachel.
Final comment, if I may, on my end. The state's administrative staff have made that statement. There has been no final non-appealable judgment of any court that the city is not in compliance. There is a distinction there between the different parts of the state, and that's a critical distinction. Thank you.
I'm
Rachel.
gonna let it go, Matt. I'm just gonna let it go.
I just,
Quiet, please. Rachel?
I just have one question and one comment, and that is, you know, these kinds of lawsuits are the kinds of things that we would talk about in closed session.
Absolutely.
And it has been difficult for us to have closed session meetings. So would I be correct in saying that there is information that you're privy to that we don't have because of the nature of the relationships on this dais?
I mean, the council has, I think, all the documentary information. It's a matter of the full discussion and the analysis. And certainly we're happy to have a closed session discussion, mindful of the importance of keeping closed sessions closed.
Okay, all right, thank you. Well, what item did you pull, Souza, do you remember?
We've already discussed.
Yeah, so that's off. So is there a motion?
Hey, we need to
No,
vote
I
on
have a
all
comment.
of the items unless
Yeah.
there's other.
Yeah, Andy.
I just wanted to comment on that last item. So I did hear some statements that were anti-affordable housing, that this group, this body, majority is anti-affordable housing. There have been exactly two measures that have come before us for a vote on affordable housing. The first one was the Becker Development Agreement, and our decision there was to vote either to reject the agreement and thereby, put an end, potentially face litigation for doing so, but put an end to the developer agreement, and instead we voted to send it to the voters unanimously. The only other affordable housing matter that's come before us was the rent stabilization ordinance, and 3 of us voted yes and 2 of us voted to abstain. So I think it's, subject to debate, who's in favor of doing good things for affordable housing on this dais and who is not. I think we're going to do good things when we get the chance to do it. I also would say that there's a big difference between saying we haven't built affordable housing and knowing what affordable housing projects have been brought forward. Were they approved or rejected? And if they were rejected, what was the reason that they were rejected? I think that just about every project that I can remember in the 33 years that I've been a resident here in Ojai and paying attention, that projects brought forward by Cabrillo were approved on North Montgomery. They were approved. I don't know who brought the project behind what is currently Ojai Beverage Company, but that was approved. So when a project comes in front of us, historically, the city council has voted to approve projects that were predominantly affordable housing. What often gets challenged is projects which are 80% market housing and 20% affordable housing, because the economics and the impacts of that on the community are significant. And because by building 80% market rate housing, we're potentially eliminating in the future our ability to build affordable housing. So I take offense to people who say that we're no growth, against growth. I'm 100% in favor of doing good things that impact Ojai residents. As long as the projects that come forward to us make sense, are economically feasible, are sustainable for our community, then I think they're all going to get a fair hearing. And I resent the campaign to say that we're down on housing.
Thank you. I would just like to echo Councilmember Whitman's comments. I am also very pro-housing for very low, extremely low, acutely low-income households, and for helping the people who really need help in our community. And actually, we have an item that we're just about to talk about truly low-income housing. I think it's also really important for the community to understand that the word affordable has been co-opted in some form. So according to the state of California, something can be affordable and still, for a family of four, they can make up to $120,000 a year. And so that rent can turn out to be $3,500 a month. For many members of our community, that is not accessible. So to call that affordable, according to the state, that's one thing, but according to our community, I would say that's a different number. So I think that's really important to keep in mind.
Excuse
yes.
me, I'm hoping that during our workshop we can actually discuss, for people making 100,000, you can have it's
20.
20,000. It is wage. It is
Well, that's 2 kids and 2 adults.
maybe.
Two.
Maybe at 100, we can talk about that, but we really should talk about those numbers and how they actually play out. That we're talking about households, not a single person making $100,000, but potentially 2 people. We need to delve into that as well, and not just skim off the top. Well, nobody makes the average median income, and really figure out what those numbers look like, what a very low income looks like, what a low income looks like for a two wage earner household. So anyway, I'm going to get off of that, but it just once again brings back the point that the citizenry, in order to make informed decisions, need to understand how these things work, because they're not immediately accessible.
I completely agree with you, and that's why I think a rent disclosure ordinance would be super helpful for our community. Well, any other comments on consent? Can we have a motion to approve consent?
Move to approve.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, all right, thank you very much. All right, we will move on to discussion item number 2, 408 North Montgomery Street Affordable Housing Partnership with Habitat for Humanity. Timely.
Yeah.
James, we have a presentation?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And we have in attendance today our hopeful partners with Habitat for Humanity. Darcy Taylor is here today, and I will introduce him in a moment. And I believe he's also brought some of the designer team as well. But just a little bit of background. Some may recall that about a year ago, in April of 2022, the city entered into a letter of engagement with Habitat for Humanity. The city owns a property at 408 Montgomery Street. We had been trying for years to figure out a way to build some affordable housing there.
part of the problem, part of the challenge right now is even with land being free, it's still very hard to actually build housing that is truly affordable. And so we had met with different partners for years, going back literally years, to try to figure out how to do that. We sort of had put the project on pause, and then we just so happened to cross paths with Darcy from Habitat for Humanity, and we realized that we thought there was the potential for a partnership for Habitat to work with the city. There's a lot of things that appeal to us about it. Habitat obviously are experts in the field. They have an excellent reputation. And also the whole concept and the idea of community build, I think, is very exciting for our community. So we entered into a letter of engagement whereby Habitat was selected or obtained a designer to develop different styles of buildings. And they have prepared 2 different styles of options. And I think the last point that I'll make before I turn it over is that I think I had heard a little bit that I think this process typically kind of confuses the community. In this situation, the city's the property owner, and we are like designing the property we're going to build, and or that we potentially will build. And it's a little bit different than our normal process, which is an applicant comes into the city and submits an application and goes through planning commission and public hearings and those types of things. So at this point, the question for us is, are we moving forward with one of these designs? And if so, which one? When we've talked about this a couple of times, and each time we said we like a couple designs, but we are at the point we would need to pick a design to move forward. And once that happens, assuming council chooses a design, assuming council gives the green light to go ahead, we then would move forward with a final agreement, analysis of the costs and all of those things, and the whole planning commission review process. So I just wanted to say that as I heard some concern that this hadn't gone to planning commission yet, but it's because the nature of this is us as property owners looking at our property. So, so with that, I will turn it over to Darcy. I have a couple of slides. I'm not sure if you want those up or if you want to speak for a moment.
Yeah, so I'm Darcy Taylor, CEO of Habitat.
Darcy, can you come up, please? Darcy, can you come up for the?
Come on up, Darcy.
The good news is everybody wants you here.
Yeah, we love you, Darcy.
Thank you. Thank you. So is my wife, by the way. I brought RRM Design, who is our long-term design company. We've been working with them for over 20 years. We've gone through a couple of designs for James, and we think we've landed on a couple that I think are very exciting. Affordable, addresses a lot of the issues that we're hearing about tonight. And our hope is that we can take the next steps that James has talked about. So I want Lauren to kind of walk you through the two concepts that we have. And then if you have any questions about any of the issues surrounding these concepts, we'll come back up.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and public. My name's Lauren Hinkle. I'm an architect with RRM Design Group, and I'm extremely proud to be working with Darcy and Habitat for Humanity to provide housing, and specifically quality and dignified, affordable housing. We've been working with James and his staff over the last year, on and off, and to come up with a couple of concepts for different opportunities at the site at 408 Montgomery. The first on your screen is a townhouse concept. It provides 4 homes, 2 bedrooms, 1.5 baths, 2 stories. It's really a family-focused design. If I can get the next slide.
I'll move to the next slide. They may be a little hard to see on screen, but they're also in our council packets as well. Give me 1 second. Why is it not moving? There we go.
There we go. All right, so the emphasis on this concept is the private yards off the adjacent living space, and then also the off-street parking with a family, thinking about one covered space in the garage and then one in the driveway parking apron. If go on to the next slide, please. So again, living downstairs, powder rooms. And again, please keep in mind this is conceptual design at this point. Even though you're seeing hardline computer graphics, this is still up in the air and through a design review process that we'll be going through as partners with the city and with Habitat. And then on to the next slide, we'll take a look at our other concept. So this concept is a little bit different. It proposes 4 duplex tiny home units. In total, 8 homes, 8 tiny homes on the site. It's a combination of a 1-bedroom, single-level unit in conjunction with a loft unit. While it doesn't provide any parking on site, it does provide bicycle parking, locked bicycle parking at this point, and really capitalizes on the location of the site, something that we can't change. It's walkable to downtown, to jobs, shopping, parks. And so we take the next slide. The site plan really focuses on building a community around the units and creating that sense of community and connected open space. And next slide. There you can see the 1-bedroom unit to the left and then the unit with the sleeping loft to the right. Like Darcy said, we're happy to answer any questions and really excited to be able to provide some much needed affordable housing for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Much appreciated. Any questions from council?
Yeah,
Andy?
I've got, I'm interested in the difference between the townhome proposal versus the 8 duplex proposal in terms of what the purchase price would be, what kind of a down payment, and what kind of financing and monthly payments, just so we could get our arms wrapped around the idea of what affordability means and what the difference is between the two.
Yeah, that's a great question. So 99.9% of all of our clients that have purchased a Habitat home have had their down payments supplied by the state. So it's not an out-of-pocket cost to homeowners that buy a Habitat home. I heard some comments today about deed restrictions and some other things like that. We have covenants that are designed to allow for that kind of agreement with the homeowner and us, the seller. But also the city of Ojai has the ability to be a part of that process as well regarding the length or time that these houses remain affordable. Also provides funding that comes from the state as part of that down payment process. So like I said, 99% of our clients don't have to come up with that down payment money themselves. The monthly payment, though, is determined by how much that homeowner adds to that down payment assistance program. So, you know, if say the state comes up with $20,000 down payment, homeowner can put another $20,000. Now they have $40,000 down payment, which obviously impacts their monthly mortgage payment. So there's some calculations there. Related to what the cost to purchase is going to be, we think we can build these somewhere around $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 per unit. These are self-contained units. They come with washers and dryers. Solar is part of the build process as well. I know the mayor, when we came before you, I want to say, was it a year ago, James? A while back. Yeah, it's been a while. Well, yeah, it's been a while. You requested us to look at the possibilities of being completely electric which we have looked at as well as part of the discussion we're having with the architectural design firm, which I think will also help. There is some debate on whether gas in certain elements of construction can be more efficient, but the electrical houses are something that we've also considered as part of this process, so which also would impact the cost. Obviously, we're in the concept process now. Many of you know that the cost to build continues to rise. Lumber costs are going up. There's a number of things that impact where we are today versus where we may be in a year. Could be different. I told James that one of the things we don't like to commit to is telling you a price today and then having to deal with that price, a year from now. That's going to be completely different. I can commit to this, that our sweet spot for the units we're going to build and we build across the county are usually in the 40 AMI. So we're not selling to families that are affordable, which you're absolutely right. There's affordable, there's low income. There's a whole spectrum that's part of that process. What Habitat looks to do is to fill the void that's somewhere between 40 AMI, which is an average income of a household somewhere between $40,000, $50,000 or $60,000 combined income. So we're really at the bottom part of the spectrum related to the people that we sell to. We also have special programs that we've talked to James about that are for veterans and for the elderly that would be or could be a part of this process as well. Lastly, I would say this to you, Council, is that our goal is to provide housing for Ojai residents who either work or live in the city. That's the design of how we've come up with this concept. We're hoping to be able to find 8 tenants. I can say that we just finished a 5-unit project in Port Hueneme. I had over 1,000 applicants for 5 units. So I'm pretty sure we can find 8, if you choose the tiny home project, we can find 8 clients to purchase the houses here in Ojai. So it's a complicated question you ask. And I think once we get further along in the design process, where we can get a clearer understanding of what the per square footage cost is going to be, depending on what you choose, we'll be in a better position to answer that question.
Darcy, just roughly on that point, though, I believe you said that so you gave an estimate for the tiny homes, but the townhome, I think you had estimated was about 500,000 per unit when we talked.
Yeah, roughly. Roughly 500,000 per unit to build each of those. Though, keep in mind, we do not sell them for $500,000. Right. They cost us to build that, but there's a gap in what the cost is versus what we actually sell to our clients.
And just to be clear, you're selling them for a little less than that? As opposed to?
I'll give you an example. We did 8 units in Oxnard. It cost us $400,000+ to build. Those units sold for $170 and then $220, I think. We just did, which we call beachfront property in Port Hueneme. Overlooking the property value, it cost us almost $700,000 to build each unit. We ended up selling those for $340. We make up the difference. That's why Habitat is such a great program. We make up the difference through a number of different funding programs that we've developed over the years.
Incredible. Rachel, yeah?
Yes, thank you. I have a couple of questions. One is, how is the property managed once they're built? Is there an HOA? And then the other question is, what would the ownership structure be of the development?
Yeah, so again, Habitat signs covenants with all of our homeowners for the terms of the mortgages. So typically, it's a 2-part process. The city, in some cases, also has our tenants sign agreements. For example, Port Hueneme had our tenants sign a 40-year agreement, deed agreement, and Habitat did a, I think, 30-year agreement, which is really designed to control the property and make sure the property is maintained. But in that agreement, there are restrictions regarding how that tenant can maintain or deal with that property. For example, all of our deeds require that homeowners cannot turn a garage into a room. Certain colors and paint schemes have to be maintained. Landscaping has to be maintained. Property quality has to be maintained as well. There are parking issues that are tied to those deeds. And we check, in all the houses we've built, we check those houses. I drive around the county, have conversations with our homeowners, making sure that they maintain that. Because one of the things that is part of this process is we want the houses we build to maintain their property value, not only their property value, but the property value in the surrounding area. Because eventually, in 20 years or 30 years, whatever the agreements may be, they're gonna wanna sell those homes at market value. And as long as they maintain those properties at that level, they'll be able to reap the benefits of maintaining those properties in that manner. And that's part of the covenant that we have when we qualify our buyers. It's a long, drawn-out process, and how we select our homeowners, that gives us the ability to control that process in a strict way.
Can you clarify something you just said? Are you saying that in 20 years, they can sell the house at market value?
Yeah, so, for example, the city of Port Hueneme has a 40-year agreement with the homeowners. And after 40 years, if they maintain that property, they take care of it, they pay their mortgages, they do all the things they're supposed to do, that deed restriction goes away. And at that point, they can then sell that house or that property at market value, sure.
Well, that's what's happening right now with the Cabrillo project on North Fulton, I believe, because the time has run out.
We can't talk about.
Well,
correct?
it's,
I would
I'm
say
talking in
we
the
got- if
context
we
of
could-
this.
the-
My
yeah.
concern is that's something that we want to look at.
Right. So the city has the ability to go above that
Yeah.
minimum. And I have sort of warned Darcy that I thought we would go above that minimum.
Yes.
He has.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
so I think that is something we would do. It's something, once we approve a concept, if we approve a concept tonight and we pick a concept, then Darcy and I have to get to work sort of drafting the agreements, finalizing what those covenants are. And I think for us, when I had sort of warned Darcy, I think I said I thought everybody would want at least 55 years, which is,
Which
sort
we've
of
done too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We've
yeah.
had 50 years.
Yeah.
And just to note, because the city owns the land, the council could set 55 years, perpetuity, whatever would make sense, that the council would want that still makes the project work. So there's the
Yeah.
council, it's the council's land, so the council controls those choices. And we would recommend if there's support to move forward, as I think there may be, then looking at those options could be something that the council could give direction on.
Thank you.
Rachel.
Actually, let's.
No, go ahead, go ahead. You had questions.
It was,
No, go
it
ahead.
was just on the heels of that, is the, I mean, it's my understanding that your organization helps to offer a path to building generational wealth, to helping families have property that they can pass down. And so is the 40 years a part of that overall mission and that overall goal?
Yeah, so the goal is, we have multiple studies that tell us that people that are low income, that own property, their kids are healthier, they do better in school, financially they're more secure. And there are opportunities not only from a health standpoint, but also from a financial standpoint. I will say this, that Habitat Homes, you cannot do a second on a piece of property that we've built or own. We don't want people paying mortgages that are higher than 30% of their income. whatever that may calculate to be. And so we want to control that by not allowing them to get a second or third on a piece of property. So that's also another way for them to become disciplined in how they manage their finances. And also too, the application process really kind of weeds out for us those individuals that have a history of not paying or those kind of things. And everybody that buys a Habitat home, it's the first home they've ever owned. We do not sell houses to people that it's their second home or third home. It's the first home that they've purchased. So there are a number of things that are part of that process that sets them on that path to financial wealth and financial freedom. I will say this, that the 50-year restriction that we do in some of our builds does have an impact on the type of applicants you get, because it extends the period of time. Because one of the things that is very important for you to understand is that, say in year 10, a family, say they outgrow a house and they want to move, right? The covenants don't allow for us to take that house and sell it at affordable or sell it at market value. We have to sell it again at low income to another low income family that may qualify. The family that's in that house, when they leave that property, they get to collect all their mortgage payments that they've made. So it's really a forced savings account if they leave before the 50 years or the 40 years. And they get the difference between the AMI that is at the time they sell versus the time they purchase, which is sometimes, it can be as high as $20,000 or $30,000. It's not a lot of money, but it's some revenue. So that also gives them the ability to know that if they want to make that transition during that 50-year period, they're not walking away without having some additional income that can help them to maybe make that next step in that journey for home ownership. So there's a lot of little things like that are part of the Habitat model that I think sets us apart from a lot of other low-income builders. And for the public's sake, we do not build rentals. We only build houses that are for sale. So that's kind of how the program's designed.
Wonderful. Any other questions? Councilmember Rule?
Yeah, so I think that Councilmember Lang brought up a good point about the building intergenerational wealth, and that's what happens when people own their homes. And so, but to your point, you actually can build, I mean, you're basically you're building intergenerational wealth whether or not you stay, because all of the mortgage payments and that differential between the AMI actually goes to them.
Absolutely.
Correct. So I think the council, we should also sort of weigh, the idea around the building of intergenerational wealth, as letting people sell it after a certain amount of time. They have then built intergenerational wealth that is more than they would get, if they just pretty much collected their mortgage payments, which is really important, because that is, the foundation right now of the middle class.
Totally agree.
Is having your own home and being able for it to be yours as your, as an asset.
I totally agree. And it goes to James' point, because the next family that buys that house, that 50 years starts all over.
And then I just
is this another question?
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
still on questions. Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah, just one other question. I'm not sure, but I have asked, and I think that the council has voted to get some more information on SB 649, which is the tenant preference to prevent displacement. That is the way that the city is able to give, to basically allow residents of a town to be prioritized for these units if they are at risk of displacement. I would like to reiterate that would be a really good thing to know. I don't know if it's applicable here because it's a different model than building affordable housing that you rent, but it may be. I don't know the law. So if we could also just get some more information on that and find out the scope of it, because no matter what we build, if we can give residents of Ojai who are at risk first priority, we have done the good that Council Member Whitman has spoken of.
Yeah, we can provide some more information. I'm not sure off the top of my head how that bill regarding rental preference meshes with the habitat model, but we'll figure that out.
Yeah, I would
and
like
get
to.
back to council in writing. The other thing I will note, as discussed in the staff report, is there is a system by which if the city puts something into the project, then there's an ability for the habitat standard preference for the county to be narrowed to just the city. So we'll bring back more information on that one as well.
Yeah, thank you. That would be great.
Okay, Councilmember Lang.
To that point, how does the application process work?
Yeah, so I want to address the HOA question. I don't think I didn't answer that question. HOAs in the state of California, I heard somebody talking about the Real Estate Association earlier today. I sued them. I sued them based on the fact that the HOA fees are tabulated through a calculation, right? You send all this information and it spits out a number. And our Port Hueneme families, you know, we built the units. They qualified for a mortgage. You know, some of them had mortgages that were $1,100. Some of them had mortgages that were like $900, whatever they were. And then unbeknownst to us, we weren't aware at the time that if you build 4 or more units that are connected, you have to have an HOA.
Who knew?
Who knew, right? And so we sent these calculations into the real estate and the CCNRs, and they came back, and they had an additional $320 a month. And I fell out of my chair, right? And I was like, oh my God, what am I gonna do? How am I gonna tell these families that now they've got this mortgage, and now we gotta charge them another $320 on top of that? And so we sued the state. We had our law firm sued the state, and we got an exception, thank God. But HOAs are based on the number of units that are connected. That's why we submitted to you a design that has separation between the units, so that there's not an HOA fee. And as you can kind of see as we get further along the way, we don't have a swimming pool. We don't have any of those things. It's desert designed, water sensitive. So there's not the landscaping HOA fees that would be calculated. So that's why the HOA question and the selection process. So I brought our kind of overview for you to have, but we use, the number one thing is need. We don't want to sell a unit to somebody that's not in need. That's the number one criteria. Number 2, their ability to pay a mortgage. They have to have skin in the game. Outside of everybody that has a Habitat home, they spend 500 sweat equity hours themselves building their own home. That's physical sweat equity versus what we want them to do is have the ability to pay. And that's why we have an application process that does background checks. We visit the home that they're currently living in. Most of our clients are responsible citizens. They have jobs. You know, they're paying for wherever they're living at this current time. And so we want to make sure that they can pay whatever that mortgage is going to be. And then third, a willingness to partner with us and the city that they're going to be living in. Those are really the 3 basic criteria. And then the application process looks at their backgrounds, looks at their bank accounts. Have they been paying their taxes? Are they citizens? A number of things are part of that background check so that we know the type of clients we're putting into a community. It's important for us to be able to have some understanding as to who we're selling our homes to, because that's a part of the process. And then there's a year, or in this case, if you choose what we hope will be the tiny home project, there'll be an 8-month build time where they'll be on site. They have to maintain their credit score through that process. And that also helps them and helps us to gauge what kind of client they're going to be. Not everybody makes it to the end. You know, in this particular process, the application will choose 10 because we know that there's always the possibility that one or two families won't make it to the end of the journey. And we want to make sure we have an alternate that can step in and play that role. So it's a pretty involved application, a lot of background work. We have a selection committee at Habitat who does an evaluation of all the applications. It's a first come, first served basis because we can't, based on the fact that we take county money, city money, we can't discriminate. And I want to make sure everybody understands that the term family is very wide. Very wide. Very wide. Yeah, it's very wide. It doesn't, we don't determine what that is, and the city doesn't have a right to determine what that is either. It could be, you know, we've sold houses to a single mom with 2 adult children. We sold houses to a lot of different types of people. So that's, you know, something that the city doesn't have. I heard some discussion about families and those kind of things, you know, that's just not something we get involved in. And then it's a first come, first served basis. We're required to advertise both in English, Spanish, and Mandarin across the city first. And then it's first come, first served. We let everybody know when the day is when we're going to be accepting applications, and we can do it here in Ojai. We can do it at a Habitat location. We can do it on the build site. We can do it anywhere. But it's the first come, and we take the first, in this case, hopefully, the tiny home project, the first 8 or 10 applicants that are complete and have all the qualifications that are right, and then the process begins for them to become a part of that deal. That's really how it works.
Thank you. Thank you, Darcy. Thank you, Lauren. Really appreciate you being here. Can we move on to public comment now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. First, we have Bill Miley, then we have John Trent, and then Larry Steingold.
He's not leaving, is he? No.
Good evening, Bill Miley. Mayor John Johnson and I spent about 3 years trying to develop an affordable housing program on this small city-owned parcel. Even with the city owning the lot, we could not pro forma the building cost plus management and reserve costs with the rental income to make it work. So, Habitat for Humanity became the possible option for the city-owned property, which has, in a deed that the city got when he bought it, an affordable deeded requirement. That's what it has to be used for. The objective, as I understand it from the outgo 4 years ago, is to provide housing for families, and then I just added, with more than 2 persons. Because the tiny units are 1 bedroom, 4 of them, and the other 4 are lofts. And you ever sleep in a loft with somebody downstairs playing the radio? Okay. So I am fully supportive of the 2-bedroom townhouses because, in my understanding, they meet the mission, which was to offer housing for families with children. Regarding financial support with funds from the Housing Trust Fund, which is part of the proposal here, I question how much. We are supplying, in my opinion, a pricey piece of property as an incentive. The Housing Trust Fund use, as I expect it should be, used for assistance in a rental assistance program provided by Help of Ojai for homeless prevention and management. And it's in the housing element. I don't think we've been doing that. I do support providing relief in the planning and building fee charges, which are required for this project. In summary, the townhouse design fits the intention of the project for affordable homes for families with 2 or more. I suggest relief of planning and building fees be the financial contribution of the city. Thank you.
Can
Thank
I
you,
just
Bill.
add, Bill, hang on, Bill. Oh, well. Bill, I just want to add, if I may, Nick Otway, we need to acknowledge, also spent about 3 years on this project with you, architect Nick Otway, if you
That's true. The
yeah, and
city
also, I was involved, you met at my house, I remember the whole thing.
the city and the council
Yeah.
had a contract with Nick Otway Architect to design a 5-unit, which I referred to.
Yeah.
Okay, next
Good
we have,
design.
thank you, Bill. Next, John Trent, then Larry Steingold.
So good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. So I'm coming to you as a resident of 409 Franklin. So I live on the street. I live on Franklin. One thing that I have not heard, which I'm kind of disappointed, is the neighborhood. Nobody's talked about the neighbors and the community where these houses are going to be built. We've talked a lot about workshops and all these workshops that we want to do as a community to make sure that things are fitting in right. This has been going on for 4 years in our little neighborhood, and we've had 0 workshops. We got notice of this thing fairly short. I sent letters out to all my neighbors just to let them know, hey, FYI, this is happening. People were shocked. They didn't know what was going on. So, we need some heads up. And I understand you guys are going to make some sort of decision tonight, which I hope you don't, but it sounds like you might. So I want to point out a couple things. So first thing to address, I don't know if you got my mailer that I sent
I
you.
read your
Okay,
letter,
okay.
yeah.
We have a safety issue on Franklin. Franklin was never designed to be a street. It's an actual driveway. That's what initially it was built for. So it's not a street. The intersection on Franklin and Montgomery is dangerous. You can't see to the left when you turn out. You can't see to the right. You put more people on there, that's just going to be an accident waiting to happen. So I strongly advise that whatever plan we go with has parking on site, because there's no parking on Franklin, number one. So, if you have tiny homes there, people are going to want to park somewhere and you can't park there. So then they're going to try to park on North Montgomery. That's already full too. I don't know if you guys have been down Montgomery, but it's packed, especially on weekends. So there's very little parking along that area. So anything that you guys decide, please include parking. Parking is a big issue. So I want to address that. Number 2, I just wanted to make note that this lot is tiny, and actually it doesn't really qualify for our SPL overlay. So we need to consider that. I know we put it as part of our SPL, but technically it's not. It can't be part of the SPL because it's just too small. Another thing to just note that, yeah, we have an issue for affordable homes in Ojai, but it should not come at the sacrifice of safety. So we need to be real cognizant of the safety issue. We need to make sure we're addressing the neighbors in the town, in the area, to make sure that everybody's safe and that we have, proper streets to build this kind of density. That's it. Look, I gave you about 20 seconds.
Thank you, John.
May I comment to John? John, your letter really expanded my thinking.
Oh, good.
But we're not in the discussion phase yet, so I was going to address all the things you're concerned about. Thank you.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Next, we have Larry Steingold.
Thank you. Larry Steingold. Great project. The fact that they can buy is a wonderful thing, so that people have skin in the game. My concern is not so much the project per se, though we do need off-street parking there, because it's just doubling up. They want us to donate the property. How much is the property worth? Is it worth $50,000 or is it $1 million? Don't know. That can affect the deal. They want us to agree to pay pre-construction costs, unknown. The fact that somebody mentioned $350 already puts a target on that. Because if you say we have $350, that's what they're going to look to grab. No offense, okay? The fact that we may pay down the deposit, if the city could make some money back on the deposit, like a long-term note, it's also skin in the game. Not a lot, but something. It shows particular concern. But the idea of buying a tiny home and us helping fund it or help putting it together is a good thing. Mr. Miley's way of suggesting that we swallow the fees as part of our contribution is a good thing, because we can end the costs. There's a lot of things that we can do here. This is a good project, okay? The density is important, the neighbors are important. I am a NIMBY, okay, not in my backyard, okay? They have single-family homes. There are two-story homes, not two-story homes. There are apartments all over the place that are two-story. Fine, but put off-street parking. There's no reason why the tiny units can't have parking. Instead of having 8, have 6. There's always room for some parking, because we can't deal with it. It's just a problem. But it's a good project.
Thank you, Larry. Any comments online, Weston?
Yes, Mayor, we have 2 raised hands. First we'll have Becky, followed by Lyron. Becky, you have the floor. Go ahead, Becky.
Can you hear me, Weston?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, good. Thank you. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm just wondering if the presenters might be able to address why these homes are not required to go into and stay in a truly affordable housing pool for locals in perpetuity when the original owners move out or die. We need an ongoing source of truly affordable housing in Ojai going forward into the future, and not more market rate housing. It's great to give low income people a leg up to home ownership, and I'm very much in favor of that. But we also need to consider the future needs of our locals who may or may not be able to afford market rate housing in the future. What's to prevent the owners from selling to out-of-towners who have more money than local citizens and who can outbid local buyers in the future, thus increasing our population here in Ojai and also increasing the housing unaffordability for our locals? Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. Lauren and Darcy, do you want to address that question?
Not really.
Okay. That's legit.
I'm just kidding.
You don't have to.
I think, I thought we explained
Yeah, you did.
50-year process, and that the house would remain affordable for whatever term the city. But it's a legitimate question that goes to some of the discussion you guys have been having tonight, that we need to build more affordable housing. And I would say we need to build more low-income housing, which is different than affordable. I think that's really the bigger issue, how cities build more low-income housing to address the issues that she brings up. Because you don't want to, eventually, over time, a house wears down. Houses get old, like we get old. Like our bodies break down. Houses, eventually a house turns out, where it's no longer the same property that you bought when it was brand new. It needs repairs, it needs to be upgraded, it needs to have new amenities put into it. And that's, a homeowner who buys a low-income home cannot be expected to maintain that property for 100 years. It's unrealistic. So I think the 50-year window is really the way that we ensure that a city has a piece of property that will be low income and affordable for that length of term. And I think the thing we would like to do is obviously build more low income houses in Ojai so that that 50-year process can be 50 years on Montgomery, 50 years over here, and 50 years over here, and all over the city. But that's why the 50-year window is important. And as I explained earlier, is that when that house is sold, that 50-year term starts all over again. So a house in reality could be affordable for 70 years. It could be affordable for 100 years, who knows? But there will have to be some upkeep that'll be a part of that process to maintain that property at a standard that code enforcement and planning would require.
I have a quick question. So you're able to direct these opportunities through the applicants at the beginning of the process, so that we can do this for Ojai residents. When it comes time to sell, whether that's at the end of the term or if it's before the end of the term, is there any mechanism by which we can direct that sale, give up, priority to a Ojai resident?
Absolutely. You can draft that into the language of the agreement that the city has with the deed yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you very much. One more public comment, Weston?
That's right. We have two now. We'll start with Lyron, followed by Stephen Colomay. Lyron, you have the floor.
Hi, I just wanted to make sure you received my written comments that I emailed earlier. I'm putting my child to bed right now, so can't read the full statement. I too, just like John, have some concerns about the safety. I live right next door to that lot. And also I've seen pictures of the lot that have been presented that make it look way bigger than it is. And I really do not think it is a very big lot and is not as big as you think it is. So thank you.
Thank you, Lyron.
Next, we have Stephen Colomay. Stephen, you have the floor.
I have just a short comment. Ojai resident Justin Pennington and I had an opportunity to meet with Mr. Taylor, and I must say that the combination of the bootstrapping that Habitat for Humanity engages in and the sweat equity is very impressive. They have a mature model for building housing and getting people into it who otherwise would not be able to afford a mortgage. This unfortunately is not a rental housing situation, so it's not for the very low and the extremely low. These are people who are going to have the ability to take on a mortgage and be able to develop some equity. And I think it's a very useful model, but thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
That's all, Mayor.
Okay, all right, let's move on to, sure. Yeah.
I appreciate the fact that they can focus it on local residents. I think we should also consider local employees as the same as residents.
You said he did.
Oh, okay, I just
You
want to
said
make
that
sure.
was part of the application process.
Okay, so when we kept saying,
People who work.
live or
in
work.
Ojai or work
Yeah,
locally are
that's-
gonna be
that's what I hope we would.
prioritized.
Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on to council discussion. Who would like to begin?
So I have just a
Andy.
quick question because there were a couple of people who commented on the parking in the small house design, the 8-unit design. So maybe we could get the Habitat for Humanity folks back to talk about parking on the 8-unit design.
Yeah, our emphasis was on providing more homes for people instead of places for cars. It's a sad commentary on my profession when we get handed a piece of property to study. The first thing we have to study is how many cars can you park on the parcel. And this is about affordable housing and trying to house as many people as we can on this property. So it is something that we had studied and taken into consideration. We also think the proximity of the site to the downtown is excellent. The walkability and the income level that this is restricted to is for those that are going to be working in this community. These are people that have access to alternative means of transportation as well. So that was really kind of the driving factor on.
So the 8-unit design
Currently provides bicycle parking, locked storage for their bicycles out of the weather.
But it does not include any
That's correct.
street parking.
Yeah. Currently in this concept. It's not to say we couldn't change it, but again, the concept we presented.
To follow up on that, if you have 8 units, you couldn't have any parking on that space. Is that?
Currently, yes.
Okay, but you could you could potentially?
You could reduce, we could study trying to provide parking, but I think it'll be at the expense of providing an affordable home.
Right, okay,
too.
got it, okay.
That's what I was gonna make that point, is we had met a couple of times, and I think the reality is to add on-site parking, we will lose units.
Yeah, just want to confirm that. Okay, other comments from council? Souza?
Yeah, I want to talk about the parking and everything else. First of all, I 100% support the project. I see pros and cons between the 4 units and 8 units, many pros and cons. The conversation about parking, as you probably know, is taking place all over the United States. Strong Towns manufactures daily articles on the issue of parking. There's absolutely no reason why this couldn't be Ojai's first no-car project. I also propose that we look at the entire North Montgomery corridor. Car sharing, people do need access to a car. Maybe this will motivate us to produce a car sharing program. And there's going to be plenty of people applying that understand that for this to be affordable, they can't, and if we do arrive at a compromise and have parking, certainly no more than 1 car per unit, those that are willing to not use up a parking spot could get, there'll be a different price perhaps on their unit or I think what I'm trying to say, that I am willing to work on any obstacles. They can all be resolved. Does this also, I have a question, I hope this isn't stupid, but this does go through the normal planning commission process?
Correct,
In
and
addition
that's,
to our feedback.
that's the point I wanted to make in the introduction. This, it feels like a weird situation, but it's because essentially the city's the property owner. This is us deciding what we want to do with our property, and then we have to go through the process. So that's where we're at today.
In one critical difference, given that the city is the property owner and thus controlled by the city council, the planning commission process will be a recommendation to the council, who will make the final decision on design, because it is the city's own land, and thus the elected council will control.
Yeah.
And so can I just clarify for the public, so that if we approve a project, it will go in front of the planning commission. That would give the public ample opportunity to participate.
Yeah, we're not approving a project tonight.
Yeah,
we're
that's
deciding whether to proceed with the proposal.
If we agree to proceed, then there'll be plenty of time for the community to weigh in.
And what we would expect is likely a couple more opportunities, because this would be, if it goes forward tonight, it's sort of a 4, 8, or some other unit count, go forth and sort out design and cost issues, likely come back to the city council for a cost discussion, then to planning commission for a design discussion, then back to city council for the final approval.
So there are lots of opportunities for people to
Correct.
weigh in.
But
Okay.
Can I have
Susan?
a clarification? Do you want us to decide amongst ourselves the number of units tonight?
Yes. And I think we sort of tried a year ago and we narrowed it down to 2, but we're at the point we need to narrow it to 1 before, the comment about, not knowing the cost and not knowing everything. It's because we still haven't chosen which one. So we need to choose which one.
So it seems like the neighbors are more in favor of the 4 units, primarily because of the concern about traffic. To me, the advantage of the 4 units is that it's truly family housing. The advantage of the other is that we also need that type of housing, and that could be more easily to be car-free housing, just because of the nature, perhaps, of the people that live there. So I'm just going to wait and see what my colleagues think and go from there.
Can I ask one more question? So is it either or it can be a mix?
So we had other proposals, and then from those, we came back with these. So I think we're at the point we need to make a decision.
Got it.
Yeah.
All right, James. I gotcha. Okay. Rachel.
I was going to ask a similar question, if we could meet in the middle. My initial, first of all, I love the organization. I especially am in big favor of any development that offers a path to home ownership. So important, and for so many reasons. And I'm really excited about this project. My first impression was, let's build as many as we can. The tiny houses was something that was really interesting to me, especially considering that you're thinking about, elderly and tenants and also veterans. I like the design. It looks good. This doesn't look like apartments, or it doesn't look out of place. It actually really fits within the overall feel of that area. I want to, John, I read your email thoroughly today, and I really appreciate you gathering feedback and thoughts from other residents. And one thing I will say is that there is we have a parking committee, and we are looking at all aspects of parking within the city. And I think that, if we do decide to go with the 8-unit, proposal or the 8-unit design, perhaps we could factor that into our conversation about parking in the city. For the people on Montgomery, for the people who are, live right there downtown, I think there could be solutions to the parking issue if we decide to go with more housing. I also agree with Souza that more and more we're going to be looking at ride sharing. Our thoughts about transportation and how we consume energy is all going to be changing over the next several years. And when we have the ATP project, it's going to be a very walkable and bikeable community. So I think there could be some really good workable solutions to some of the concerns that the neighbors might have. And we don't have those solutions right now at this moment, but I hear you, and I want to find solutions.
I think there's an
Okay,
abandoned parking lot on that street, a huge one.
That's what we were talking
Yeah,
about.
a church and there's right across the street practically.
Other comments from council members?
Yeah,
Leslie?
my-
Or
go
Andy and then
ahead.
Leslie?
Go ahead, Andy, go ahead. I'm good.
I like the idea of being able to do this for more residents. And I know that the 4-unit design contemplates 1,800 square feet per unit. And I think talking about that idea that we're are or should be transitioning to, new ways of living, I think that includes smaller living spaces. And so I did see that the census for Ojai has the median household size as 2.4 people. So I think it is appropriate for us to look at these sizes as accommodating a family. So these smaller houses can accommodate a family. It may be different than what we're used to traditionally, but that's part of our challenge. And I don't know if there's something that Habitat for Humanity can do within these. I guess the loft is part of that accommodation, is that it turns a 1-bedroom into a 2-bedroom. I think it's really important that smaller homes are more energy efficient. They're better for the environment. They have a lesser cost on the environment over time. And so I have a pretty strong orientation towards the project with the having more units, but I also want to be able to accommodate, outdoor living space, which I think is important in Ojai and allows somebody to live in a smaller space here. And I also want to make sure that we address the housing issue, the parking issue. And it sounds like we're committed to doing that, because it's not so much the idea that we can't do a project that tells the people who purchase, you're not gonna have a parking space except for, some other, you have to figure out parking somewhere else. That there's a legitimate concern by that neighborhood that if we don't have parking assigned, that they're gonna end up parking on Franklin. And Franklin's apparently heavily impacted, at least, we maybe need to look into that a little bit more, and how to address, mitigating their concerns, because I completely appreciate they're not wanting to be over impacted. But I think it's great that we're potentially going to be giving several families a path to home ownership and long-term wealth.
Okay. Susan and Leslie?
Can we have signage on Franklin that parking for residents and guests only, or something to that effect? Permit, similar to what we have at the top of North Signal now?
Yeah,
And Aliso and other places?
I think the city would have the ability to do that, so that's something we can look at, sort of those options of how to address impacts.
Yeah,
John?
can we open it? Yeah.
So there are no parking signs there, but people park there anyway.
But we could, yeah.
We could get them.
And nobody enforces it.
Yeah, but you know what? Those are obstacles we have to overcome.
We can get
Yeah.
signs.
And the parking that you were talking about at the church,
Yeah.
that's church-owned parking.
Yeah, but, we haven't discussed with them. Before the next hearing, we're gonna look at all of that. Yeah, trust.
And
yeah.
one more thing to consider, we
Yeah.
do need families in Ojai.
Yeah, yeah,
Families, young kids, what's suitable for families?
yeah. There,
Pretty good for that.
yeah. My thinking about that, there's other projects coming down the pike that will provide family housing. So perhaps I really like, because it's so close to the street, and it looks so massive because it's close to the street, I'm more and more inclined to look at the 8 units to consider, because just aesthetically, just has a whole different feeling, yeah.
Leslie?
I'm also inclined to go with the 8 units. I think we need to provide, as quickly as we can, as much housing as we can. I think that the parking situation is solvable. I love the idea of a car share. I think it could be the place where we start that, and the idea of saying that, we have built, it is a carless building, and, it is primed for that because of its location. That having been said, I'd like to reiterate Councilmember Lang's assurances and Pro Tem Francina's assurances that we will work on it. I'd actually like to see the church property become affordable housing, because I don't think much is going on there. Anyway, so while I absolutely agree about the need for family housing, I think we do have that coming down the pike. There are many good reasons for having family housing, kids in schools, it just is endless for the good reasons for it. But I would love the idea, given what we heard today, for, the first general comments around homelessness and at-riskness, that we would be able to provide 8 units, and have that on the books. So for that reason, I would be in support of the 8 units, but, I'm also could be hearing other things too.
Right. And I just want to say thank you, John, for showing up and representing the neighborhood. And we definitely hear your concerns, and we appreciate your letter, and it was very thoughtful. And thank you, Rachel, for bringing up the parking committee, and that there are options that we could look at, solutions. Clearly, we need units, and it sounds as if the council likes the 8 unit.
I'm
project.
open to, adjusting if it is needed for parking.
Well, and just a reminder that this is just the first step to set it forward to go to the planning commission. So, is there a motion?
Before we do
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
I want to say, I can almost think of 8 families right now that want to live car-free. We have such fabulous bikes now. You know, I've seen, I've watched a mother over the last 8 years how her children grew. First they rode on the back of the bike, 2 of them. Then they had training wheels and and now those kids ride their bikes to school and they're like adults. They're still going to school because they were trained from infancy on how to negotiate, you know, which side streets to safely take to school. I think that this is totally in keeping with forward thinking about the nature of transportation. And I know we can find families that will be very enthusiastic about the concept. I mean, when I say families, I mean a couple with a young child or even 2 young children they could live in a unit like this. Today, we have these beds that fold up, that pull out, you know, like, there's all kinds of ways to make it work. Maybe we can put another pocket park in the neighborhood. Let's look at the whole environment that this housing is going into. I think this is very exciting and wonderful.
I just have one. I might start a GoFundMe fund for the citizens of Ojai to put money in to buy 8 electric bikes and gift them upon the opening of the units as a way to encourage and to show our love and appreciation for this project.
Maybe we can get them donated.
Yeah.
That would be even better.
It'll make national news. It'll be great.
I just want to reiterate Councilmember Whitman's point. You know, 1,800 square feet is a pretty large house.
Just a
Yeah,
correction.
yeah.
It's bigger than my house.
It's bigger than my house
Yeah, but
too.
they're not 1,800 square
Okay.
feet. I think the design is 14 for
Okay.
the, yeah.
That's still a big house.
That is a big house,
Okay.
but it's, yeah, I'm just saying, it's not 18.
Well, is there
Big are the 8 units?
The 8 units are 800?
No.
Close to 500.
They're sub 500, yeah.
I'm living in 100.
I'm living in 500
is there a
square
motion?
feet,
Do we have
and
a
I'm
motion?
so happy.
I'll make a motion
Okay.
to move forward, to direct staff to move forward with the 8-unit tiny house design.
I'll second, unless somebody else wants.
And can we offer a friendly amendment about the parking to ask the parking committee to?
Yes, and to ask the parking committee, which we're meeting next week, ask the parking committee to consider parking options for this development.
Okay, great. A roll call, please, Weston?
Yes, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem Francina.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes?
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. 5-0. And thank you so much, Darcy and Lauren, for being here. And
Thank you. It was very nice to meet you for the first time.
We're
Thank
really
you.
excited to collaborate with you. Thank you.
Break.
Yeah, well, let's take a short break and we will be back with item number 3.
It feels so good when we're working.
Andy, will you come back, please?
I got a message that says the meeting isn't being properly transmitted. There's only a tiny.
Is that a function of it during the intermission?
Came earlier tonight. I can't read the time. It's too small.
Probably when we were sharing the PowerPoint.
Okay, all right, we are back. We'll start with the public hearing now. It's item number 3, revisions to the formula business ordinance regarding revisions to the definitions and criteria applied to evaluate a new business. James, you have a staff report?
Yes, thank you. And we did get the thumbs up from our IT, so I think we're,
Yes, we're broadcasting correctly.
yeah. So let me pull up one slide on this one. Oops. So we just have one slide to sort of try to summarize the lengthy history regarding formula business ordinance in Ojai. I think it's one of those things that we're sort of known for, but I think what we've kind of learned is there was a lot of different maybe ideas of how it worked or a different understanding of it. So we tried to bring back some revisions that I think help align it with what people have understood it to be and to be effective moving forward. But in a nutshell, the formula business ordinance originally was passed in 2007. The purpose of the ordinance was stated as to help maintain the small town character of Ojai and the quality of life of Ojai. This is commonly referred to as, the chain store ordinance or the chain store ban. And essentially the ordinance in 2007 allowed up to 11 locations, or allowed a business to open in Ojai as long as they had 11 or fewer locations. And I think what I've found is most people's eyes get big when I say that, because my belief is that when I moved to town, I was told we only allow 3 locations. And it's sort of like, I think that's like what everybody thought the rule was, but it wasn't the rule from 2007. Most of our businesses, I think maybe why people believe that is because most of our businesses are fewer than 3 locations, but that wasn't the rule. And so in 2007, that was passed. We allowed a business to open with up to 11 locations. And there's some criteria that establishes whether it's part of a chain or not. And those 6 criteria are standardized merchandise, standardized facades, standardized decors or colors, uniform apparel, standard signage, or standard trademark service mark. And that's essentially a complicated way to say, if a business opens and it's called Subway and it sells the foot-long sandwiches, it's got 2 of the criteria to be considered a chain, part of the Subway chain. And so, that was the ordinance that initially was put into place. It stopped larger chains from coming into Ojai. In 2021, there were a couple of things that happened and a couple of rumors of things that might happen that caused concern and caused everybody to look at the ordinance and realize that the number of businesses allowed that we had all understood to be 3 or 5 or 7 were sort of the numbers that we heard from people across the board, that those weren't correct, that it was 11. So in 2021, we brought an urgency ordinance and a moratorium forward that essentially, it was an urgency ordinance to limit the number of locations allowed to 5. And it also added a definition for website and collective marketing that added that as one of the, not criteria, but it added that as a consideration of if a business has 4 locations and a website, should that be considered the 5th business that would cause it to not be allowed in Ojai? So in the urgency ordinance that was set up, since that urgency ordinance was put into place over the last 2 years, we have had a few workshops. We've had a few planning commission discussions to ask everybody and to ask the community and to ask other businesses, what do you think is appropriate as the ordinance moving forward? The feedback that we got, of course, there were varying opinions, but the general feedback we got is most people that were part of those conversations felt like 5 is the right number. Allowing a business that has 5 locations to come to Ojai is still helps, maintain that small town character, still helps every business feel like it's unique to Ojai. And so we got that feedback. There was also a recommendation to add a 7th criteria, which is a standardized menu of food and drinks that could also be considered as one of the triggers for whether a business is part of a chain or not. And then the final feedback we got, which I would say this was maybe a little bit more split, but was there was a split on whether or not to count the website and the collective marketing as a location. Ultimately, what we heard was a majority saying that shouldn't be counted. And I think I agree with that because the reality is almost every business now is going to have a website. And so I don't necessarily see that should be considered a standalone location. So we have the proposed ordinance, which would limit it to 5 locations. So what that means, just very simple, if a business has 4 locations and moves to Ojai, to add another location, that would be allowed. If they have 6 locations and they moved to Ojai and added a location, which would be its 7th, that would not be allowed. They would have to apply for a conditional use permit is technically what happens if somebody triggers the formula business ordinance, and that's what's always been the case. So it just changes that number that triggers it. And so, like I said, ultimately, there were a lot of opinions. We thought that was the consensus. I think it's reasonable, and we've prepared an ordinance to implement that. The urgency ordinance that we've adopted expires at the end of this month. With this item being brought forward now, if it's adopted, should sort of maintain that limit, and then moving forward, that would be the new rule within Ojai. So council can adopt the ordinance. Council could choose not to adopt the ordinance, in which case the original ordinance would still apply, or council could say there's a different number that works and come back with the ordinance or modify the ordinance. So those are the options, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, James. Any questions from council? Andy? Yep.
So I'm gonna.
Microphone, please.
I'm first gonna add a little bit to what James said about the origins of this ordinance. Because I think I was around listening to the debate, and one of the things that was promoted or a concern was chains that had predatory business practices where they could come into a community and cut prices, run that as long as it took to drive out local businesses and kind of take over. And so I just remember that being a big part of the rationale, or at least the debate when it was adopted. And so my biggest question is, what happens when we have a business that's here in place, successful, and they have fewer than 5 branches, maybe scattered around the county, and but if they have the opportunity to open number 6 somewhere else, does that impact them here in town at all?
No, as long as they don't seek to modify their existing permits. This is triggered when a business comes to the city to seek a permit to operate or to expand. So if they have 4 here and they open 3 more somewhere else, they're not coming in for permits for the location here. But if they have 4 here, they open 3 more somewhere else, they're okay. Then they want to open another one here, 5 here, and they already have 3 elsewhere, then that 5th one would have to come in through the process. So anything that exists doesn't get, when it crosses over the threshold based on other locations, it doesn't invalidate the permits here. So they're allowed to grow, just not in Ojai.
Okay. Just one other question. If I understand correctly, the fact that you have multiple locations doesn't necessarily put you into this statute. This ordinance, you have to meet these criteria. And who makes the decision on whether they fit the criteria, and how objective or subjective is that?
So the criteria, the decision is made by the Planning Commission on a conditional use permit application. Staff would receive an application, assess it against the standard, and if it seems to fit within the standards requiring a conditional use permit, then they would tell the applicant apply for it, and then it'd come to the Planning Commission. And the standard, it's not just number, absolutely. It's the standardized common and uniform features. And it's proposed it has to have 2 standardized features among the 5 or more establishments that are 2 out of the 6 listed feature types.
Yeah.
So if you have 6 businesses, each one of which is completely different in look, and the only thing they share is a standardized trademark, but they don't share standardized merchandise or facade or decor or apparel or signage. The only thing they have is a common trademark. That wouldn't be triggered because it doesn't have 2 of the 6 standardized features.
So when I thought about this issue, our local breweries immediately came to mind. And so I was, curious whether, so each of the, breweries here that are local breweries, they have a trademark, and they do sell merchandise that includes that trademark, but for the most part, they're selling beer. And so does that meet the formula business criteria by the fact that they have both a trademark and sell merchandise?
I think so. I think that's a good example, actually, for both of your questions, because I think one of our breweries has 5 locations, and so their current location would be fine, no issue, because it's already in Ojai. But then if they came in and said we want to open a second location in Ojai, which would be location 6, they would have at least 2 of the criteria. I think probably more 3, 4, 5, 6 criteria, and potentially one of them maybe
Finish the point there.
Oh, good.
They would, so yes, if a brewery came in and that met standardized menu, their standard layout of beer, standardized signage, most of them also have standardized apparel and a trademark, they meet it. If they have 4 plus the 1 in town, that's 5. 5 is okay. If they come in to open a second one in town, there's 6 total, that's more than 5, that would trigger the ordinance. But the key here is the ordinance isn't a ban outright. It then triggers into the criteria for that additional conditional use permit. And they'd have to then go through the process. And we're not judging an application that hasn't yet been filed, but that's what would happen. They'd go through the process. But there's nothing that would invalidate the existing location in Ojai. Anything that exists would be protected.
Okay, any other questions? Souza.
Microphone.
I watched the Planning Commission hearings and how they struggled with this, and I applaud them for coming this far. I also want to thank Lenny Clafe and Ken Lee and Leslie Neufeld and myself for the original chain store ordinance. You know, we tried. But I feel there must be some confusion because we got an email, a public comment from Jack Dyer, owner of the Topa Brewery, right? And he says, Jack also, he thinks if they open one or two more locations elsewhere, I assume, they would be forced to close the Ojai location of Topa Brewery.
That's
incorrect.
That's incorrect.
That's
That's
what I was,
incorrect. Yeah, that's what
that's what they're saying, is that
But it's incorrect.
doesn't affect an existing permitted
Okay.
business. It's a
Okay.
brand new one.
I just want to be sure.
There is a legitimate concern. It's just not that one. The legitimate concern is that if they wanted to open another Ojai location, it would be more difficult to do
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
But I think that's also sort of the point of the ordinance. So it's just, it's weighing balancing those interests. So.
The other thing I want to be clear on is that we're talking about ownership, not brand. Because, for example, Starbucks could not come in with an Ojai coffee shop.
No, the focus is on the standardized features. It's not about who owns the company.
Okay?
It's about whether they have 2 or more of these 6 standardized features.
Okay.
Standardized
Okay.
merchandise or menu, standardized facade, standardized decor colors, standard uniform apparel, standard signage,
Yeah.
and trademark.
Yeah.
So if Starbucks or some other large company created a separate company with a whole different trademark, Ojai Coffee, and opened up a little Ojai coffee joint that had no common signage, no common merchandise, all Ojai Coffee, a separate trademark,
Yeah.
they would be able to do that under the current ordinance or the ordinance that's proposed. It's not about ownership. It's about the look, the feel, the
Yeah.
menu, the merchandise,
Yeah.
et cetera.
Yeah, yeah, I
The
didn't-
reality is most national companies will not do that because the market's too small.
Uh-huh.
The focus here, I think, isn't national. This largely blocks national chains, although subject, again, blocks means they have to do the additional permit process.
Yeah.
I think the concern at the Planning Commission was largely much smaller entities.
Yeah.
But to
yeah.
be clear, something like Starbucks could do that if they jumped through each of those hoops.
Yeah, yeah, I'm aware of all those criteria.
If I
There's-
could real quick on that point, sorry I know you're trying to
It's
get to
okay.
your next point, but
Yeah.
we actually have had that happen, and I just think that's maybe kind of interesting. But we've had a couple businesses come in over the last few years, and one of them came in and sort of went through that exercise. It was a well-known chain brand, and they said, well, what if we changed just our facade, and the facade looked different? Well, you're still triggering 5 other criteria. Well, what if we changed our merchandise? What if we changed our decor? And by the end, then they stopped and they went, well, then why would we even do this? And then they said, your ordinance doesn't make sense. And I said, no, it does. It just doesn't help your business, you know? So we've had that happen. And potentially if somebody did come in and go, I own this huge company and I want to start a brand new business that's only in Ojai and that has nothing in common with my other businesses, they'd be able to do that.
Okay.
But that's also, there's not really, I don't really see a way to write it to stop that from happening.
The reality is we can't prohibit individuals or companies with significant resources from coming into town.
Yeah.
That's just the nature of capitalism and the system
Yeah,
in which
I
we
see it,
exist.
yeah.
We can do a lot to limit the impact of it, but we can't straight prohibit that.
Yeah.
It's just a recognition of reality.
Okay, I feel really good about this now that you've clarified that the Topa Brewery, there was a misunderstanding.
Yeah, and I'm
we
not
can try
sure-
to coordinate, and I think Jamie Fleming's here with the chamber, and we'll try to make
Yeah.
sure that through one of us that we let him know that that's not the case. So.
Okay.
Okay, we'll move on to public comment now. So we'll open the public hearing, and we'll start with Jeffrey Starkweather, then Bianca Rowe, and then Warner Ebbing.
As a planning commissioner, of course, I voted for this. And the first thing I want to mention is that my very first meeting on the planning commission we had to deal with this, and it was overwhelming because we had 3 new planning commissioners, and there had been all this information, and I was really irritated at the town and the planning guy that I'm being hit with having to make a decision without any information. But since then, our planning department, Lucas Seabird, has done an incredible job working with the business community. That forum we had, I thought he did an incredible job of moderating it.
Yeah.
And when it came back to us, we had plenty of information. We had good input from businesses. So I feel real positive about that. I do want to emphasize, because this came up, and you don't normally think about this, but the idea was, what happens if there's a type of business we don't have? But the only way we could get it is some kind of a slightly bigger chain, 8 or 10.
Oh, sorry.
So we do have a provision here, which is the conditional use permit. And I think the chamber should know that, and the public should know that. And it's got pretty good criteria. And it's somewhat subjective, but, they won't result in an concentration of formative business types, contribute to the balance of small, size business. So we can, if we had something, we could accommodate it, but it would have to be a conditional use permit. And so I think that's a good thing. And the other thing, because it sounded implied that there would be loopholes, we're going to have one of the stricter formative businesses codes in the state. Most of them have a much higher number. But we think that's great for Ojai. I mean, one of the things it does for us, actually, I didn't think about this because we were talking about supply and demand and prices. By limiting the demand, we're actually keeping rental prices down for businesses in our downtown, which is a good thing. So I think this fits Ojai. It's a good thing we're doing, and I hope you pass it as is. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Next, we have Bianca Rowe, then Warner Ebbink, and then Barbara Bowman.
Good evening, late evening. My name's Bianca Rowe. I used to have the store on Main Street called In the Field, and we were at the front lines of the beginning of this ordinance being reevaluated. And the trigger for quite a few, specifically retailers in town, was a bigger store coming into the city, which became quite detrimental to most of our small businesses that were at risk of losing our lines. Sorry, I don't know how else to describe it to you. But as retailers, we're curators. And so we curate specific lines and specific furniture, clothing, which represents the story that we want to tell, and it's unique to us. As a small retailer, we have very limited buying power. And the beginning of what this was in place to protect was bigger stores coming in that have bigger buying power. And so we found that we were at risk of losing our designers because there are other stores that are able to, for example, write an order for one season, summer, spring, for $150,000. And that is because they have 10, possibly 11 stores, and they are able to, on one invoice, fulfill all of that. We, however, as smaller stores, have far less buying power. So as the designer, they have to choose between the big or small, and everybody needs to make a living. So this was the beginning of the trigger of a lot of us coming together, and I so commend the city for listening and working and learning a different language, because originally this was based on restaurants, and they really heard what was at stake and made all of those adjustments to accommodate different voices on Main Street. And That's what we're here for. The beauty of the town is the fact that most of our business owners are there, working, living, meeting people every day, and it's not just outsourced. I have just the utmost respect for everything that's been done. I would have liked to see 3. Other people like to see 7, but there's a beauty of meeting in the middle and getting the job done. So thank you so much. I hope you support the ordinance, and I'm really happy to have been a part of it.
Thank you, Bianca.
Thank you.
Next, we have Warner Ebbing and then Barbara Bowman.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and staff. I think it's a great ordinance, the way it's written now. I think having the ability to have 5 and then your 6th one would then trigger not being able to come to Ojai, I think is great. I think with buying power, if you give, like Bianca brought up, if you use the breweries that are here that have 5 locations, yes, they're going to have bigger buying power when they buy their hops to make their beer. That's just part of business. I think you can't fault somebody for being successful. So I think if they fall in line with that, I think success is that. You get bigger buying power. More than one restaurant in town, you can buy lettuce. It could be 2 totally different restaurants, but you're getting lettuce at a better price than the person with one restaurant. So I think 5 is a great number, and I think you guys did a good job doing this. And thank you for having all of those forums to hear our voices. Thank you.
Thank you, Warner. Barbara Bowman?
There you are. Has been a long night for you guys, for us, for everybody. Listen, everybody has stated it. Lucas did run a really good public forum, and I have to tell you, 90% of the people that we talked to, which was citizens and store owners, we really did a big survey, would have been happy if we'd had 3. But we came to the conclusion, in order to protect the town and be, reasonable, that 5. So if you have 6, it triggers it. And it will keep the small town, because 99% of this town are single owners. I mean, they're not multiple. They're not 2, they're not even 3. So, I mean, you're really protecting to not be Abbott Kinney or Santa Barbara or any of these places. So in perpetuity, we will remain as the small mom and pop stores that we've always been. And I think the ordinance was written up with that in mind. I think it was really good what happened to trigger this whole thing. And I think it brought everybody, and they did a very good job of investigating it. I mean, we really did go through this a lot. And I think it will protect the stores in the future, and it will keep the character of Ojai, and I hope you pass it just the way it is. I mean, they did a very good job. Thank you for tonight.
Thank you, Barbara. Any comments online?
Yes,
Wesley?
Mayor. We have Jack Dyer as the only raised hand. Jack, you have the floor.
I hope he heard us.
Jack,
Hey,
okay.
I'm unmuted now. Can you hear me now?
Yes, please go.
We can hear you, Jack. Just so you know, because we spoke about this, I'm not sure if you were there. We did comment. We did comment on just clarifying that any business that already exists in Ojai would not be impacted by the change. So we just want to make sure you heard that. So.
Yeah, I heard that. That was great. Reading it was a little confusing for both us and our legal counsel. First of all, thank you guys for spending the time on this. And I know it's been a long night, so I won't take too much of your time. But I think we still have a problem with the code as written, and we were hoping for an outcome of just increasing the number to. I know you spent a lot of time drilling down to the number that you got to there at 5, which is how many locations my business currently has. But the ABC law just got passed in January and modified what a type 23 small beer manufacturer is allowed to have. And they increased it to 8 total locations. I understand the fact that, we are not looking to open a second location within the confines of Ojai, but where my concern lies is if we were to at some point have to apply for an additional permit or any permit for our existing location. I think about, potential expansion into, a neighboring business or something like that this ordinance thereby makes that process a whole lot more difficult and presents some risk for us. So that's really my main concern. So my ask, my request would be to either write in a simple switch from 5 to 8, or categorize the businesses, and have small beer manufacturers have the ability to have the number allowed based on the state ABC regulations. Currently, small wineries are allowed 2 satellite tap rooms. I could see them looking to increase that over the years with their state lobby. So I think for certain unique business types like ours, we shouldn't be treated like a McDonald's or something like that, because we are so drastically different. So that's my only concern. I'm not sure if staff or legal wants to comment on that, or we can take that conversation offline. That's the main concern that we have is any potential for future permits, or if the city someday decides that they need to make us go through a conditional use permit for our existing location. There's just so many times where a permit process can be triggered by something that's out of our control, and that's what concerns me with this. Not the spirit of the law. I really enjoy the spirit of the law. It's one of the things that I love about Ojai, and that's my main concern.
Thank you, Jack. Any
Thank you.
comments?
Yeah, happy to comment briefly. The council, of course, could direct 8. They could direct a carve out for small alcohol companies. We would await policy direction from the council on that. I would note that the ordinance as drafted in subsection E on page 4, attachment A, page 4 of 6, which is also page 3-10, about 2/3 of the way down, subdivision E, existing formula retail establishments. As proposed, 5 locations is not a formula business establishment. If Mr. Dyer were to open another one somewhere else to hit that trigger in the future, any modification of the permits for their Ojai location will be subject to the nonconforming uses part of the codes, which generally allows certain modifications subject to rules and requirements. So that process exists, and there wouldn't typically, although I can't predict the future perfectly, wouldn't be a need for a new conditional use permit because they already have an existing open location. The council could add some language that would further make it clear that if a business exists in Ojai as 5 or fewer, and then is later, other locations are open outside the city, that it wouldn't be subject to it for that Ojai location that already exists, but we could draft that if the council wants. But I think the existing language meets that need.
Thank you, Matt. Is that it, Weston? Okay, we will go ahead and close the public hearing and move on to council discussion. Who would like to begin?
Can I go, because I'm going to follow up
Okay.
on what Matt just said.
Go ahead, Andy.
Can we write it so that, I think Mr. Dyer was concerned that if he now comes in for a permit, he's potentially going to be in a much more complicated permit process. Can we write it in a way, I have no idea what it would say, but, write it in a way that an existing business simply doesn't have to go through that formula business hurdle part of it, but they have to go through all of the normal permit application requirements. But if they were existing, maybe at the time, maybe on the date that we adopt this, any business currently existing is going to be exempted?
Yeah, there's a way to do it. I think toward that goal would be something like businesses that exist as of the date of the adoption of the ordinance that amends the relevant sections, if they later become formula businesses, are exempt from the formula business requirements. So that protect something that, and we could limit it to only their current Ojai location as of lawfully extant, meaning that it both exists and has permits as of the date of the ordinance adoption. So if Mr. Dyer later had some permit for his current location, that would be protected. But if he tried to open a 6th location
In Ojai.
6 total, second in Ojai, that one would have to go through the process.
Right.
We could draft language to that effect with majority direction.
Yeah, I'm just I would favor doing something like that than changing the number that the community worked so hard on, coming to a compromise. I think it would, but I also understand Mr. Dyer's concern that he not, that if, sounds like he's ready to become, go beyond his 5, some other location. And I don't think he should have to jump through a whole bunch of extra hoops. He should have to jump through every hoop that the basic permit he needs, but he shouldn't have to jump through the formula business hoops if he was already here.
Do you want to put a motion on the table before we
Well,
continue?
may I request that we reopen the public hearing to comment on what is being proposed? I'm a little bit uneasy, although it sounds good. I don't have, I'm open. Is that okay?
Sure, okay, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing, reopen it.
Yeah.
Good evening,
Hi,
Bianca
Bianca.
Rowe. I completely understand Jack's concern. I do know that the evaluation of the language on this has been going on for 2 years. So my initial response is, I would understand if it was relating to the particular location that they were already in. But if anybody's opening another location, that's kind of the entire point of what we're doing here.
Right.
So I think that if you're opening a 6th location, you should be subject to the formula code, irrespective if you already have a business here or not. So if his permit is within the walls of his pre-existing location, then I completely understand it because it's there. But if we're talking about...
That's what I'm trying to address, not a new location.
So just in that place.
Just if we just take Mr. Dyer as an example, just his spot there on Ojai Avenue, that he wouldn't have to jump through additional permit hoops other than what he is required to permit for.
That it doesn't trigger the
It
formula.
doesn't trigger it, but if he did build another place in Ojai, then he would have to go through everything that any other
Business would go
business
through.
that was more than 5.
May I ask a question while I'm up here?
Yeah.
So within the code, are we, for example, covered if a business has 5 businesses already and they want to add a 6th but decide to change the name? So if we have Starbucks and then we do Cafe by Starbucks, where is the gray line of what's triggering it if we have the same owner, but if it's something that's not as easily identifiable, have we closed that loophole there?
That's where there's the 6 criteria that each business is evaluated on. So if they come in and they don't have the same items, the same signs, the same name, yada, 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 then they could open a business. If they have 2 of those criteria matching, Cafe by Starbucks, but it's still Starbucks coffee and Starbucks menu, then it's a Starbucks, So that's sort of how it's looked at. So.
And ownership is not one of the criteria.
No.
Yeah, we discussed that.
Yeah, I just thought that was interesting.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not part of the criteria, so. So does it limit franchise? Yes.
Yes.
Just based
I
on how
mean-
many there are by nature. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Franchise of larger than 5.
Right.
11, I think.
Currently 11, but proposed to be down to 5.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Bianca. We'll go ahead and, yeah.
I'm a little confused of what we're talking about here. Someone already has a business here. I don't know what kind of permits and stuff they would be needing in the future. Expanding the business where it's located?
It would be expansion is possible. Also possible is you could imagine some outside state requirement that triggers some change to the building that then triggers a city permit.
But
So-
they precede the forming of business, so I'm not sure how they wouldn't be treated like any other business that needs to expand.
Well, if
Following conditional use
the
permits.
scenario that we're talking about is if they built another place in another jurisdiction so that they now had the numbers that would be considered a formula business. If they decided they wanted to, put in some tap system that for some reason required a construction permit, then Mr. Dyer's concerned that he'd have to go through all of these CUP requirements that we've put in just to do a normal construction thing within the four walls that he's already allowed to conduct his business.
Yeah, my understanding that they're not a formula business if they are established here as having 4 and 1, as it say. If they add other units elsewhere, that doesn't make them a formula business.
They would be subject to the formula business ordinance if they attempt to add another location in
Yeah,
the
add
city.
another location. I'm just
They
talking
also
about-
would be subject to it if they come in for another permit inside the city. Most of the time, another permit inside the city is not going to be triggered because it's an existing business.
That's what I'm talking about. They're
Concern
just-
that's been raised is if for whatever reason, another permit is needed and there's more locations outside the city that trigger it above more than 5, 6 or more, then it would be subject to this ordinance and may or may not meet the standards unless the council adds that express exemption.
So this paragraph here about existing formula retail establishments would be considered under the non-conforming use category?
Right, and the non-conforming use ordinance allows certain expansions, but not all. The other component that might be part of this, although I haven't analyzed Mr. Dyer's case, is there are certain limitations or straight prohibitions rather for downtown commercial land use designation formula businesses that have street frontage more than 25 linear feet. Right now, Mr. Dyer's business is 5. It's not subject to that requirement. If you were to add another location outside the city and hit the relevant frontage was more than that and he wanted a permit, then there might be a problem. The proposed language from Councilmember Whitman would solve that for his existing location.
Yeah, I think that's
So an
good.
existing location would be able to expand without being considered a formula business?
Correct. If the
Under the
language
normal
that's-
conditions of
If it-
conditional use permit to have to expand a business? Because
We
you
have to
get a conditional
meet
use
all the
permit.
criteria for expansion, but not the formula business criteria.
Okay, okay. that sounds good.
One more? Okay, Larry?
The idea of grandfathering makes a lot of sense based on I believe they call it an APN, the lot number. If all they're gonna do is expand on their own lot, and it's the same usage, and they're not gonna rent it out to a subtenant like Starbucks or something, it's gonna be the same business, then you should just grandfather it and call it a day, and that's the end of it. If they're here, and they're not gonna open another location in town, and they're not gonna add a separate business in their building that is formula or not formula, then you grandfather it and just call it a day. Just keep it simple instead of creating more issues. Just grandfather done. If Mr. Dyer wants to add 3,000 feet to his building and he can do it within the code without variances and all this other nonsense, then fine. If he has to come before the council, then he has to come through the council, but not for getting a number 5 or number 6 business. Just grandfather and just keep it very simple.
Thank you, Larry. Okay, we will go ahead and reclose the public hearing. Is there a motion that a council member would like to put on the table?
I'd move that we approve the 5, or we introduce the 5 business, well, what's been proposed to us tonight, but with the addition of language, and we got to come back for a second reading anyways, right? So the addition of language that allows an existing business as of the date of the adoption to avoid additional permitting requirements that are created by this code, just exempts them.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion before we vote? Okay, I would just like to thank staff and the planning department specifically for working so hard on this, and thank you, community members, for weighing in and going to all the meetings, because they clearly were really productive, so thank you all. All right, roll call, please, Weston?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Lang,
Yes.
Mayor Sticks,
Yes.
Councilmember Rule,
Yes.
Councilmember Whitman,
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Francina.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Can I may just make one clarifying comment? The public does understand that there are already businesses that our small town couldn't handle unless we allowed banks, real estate, insurance to come in. That's a whole different category. Those are the kind of chains we allow out of necessity. There was some comment made about that somewhere during this discussion, but we already allow that. Yeah.
There's a couple that exist by various quirks of the past. The ordinance just introduced does include an express exemption for banks and financial services,
Yeah.
gas stations, and business
Yeah.
administrative and professional offices,
Yeah.
like real estate or insurance.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. We're done. Great.
All right,
Thank you.
we'll move on to agenda item number 4, the Budget Workshop 2, fiscal year 23-24 general fund budget. James, we have a staff report?
Yes, thank you. So this, we went through the budget in detail at the end of last meeting. I mistakenly bragged that we'd get to it much earlier today, and it's a little bit earlier, but not much earlier. But we're going to keep it very brief today. I think it's 5 slides compared to 15 or whatever it was the last time. So because we already did go through it, so I just, as a reminder, and in case anybody tuned out at 11 o'clock last time, we have a proposed general fund budget. The proposed budget, I think, is overall, considering where we were 4 years ago, which this slide shows, I think we're in a place that we would have been happy to know that we'd be at that point. This slide shows that during COVID, our revenues dropped to 10 million, and at one point they were on pace to be much lower than that, and just the businesses were able to open up at the right time, and but that is several $1 million lower than I think we would have been without COVID. So then showing in 21-22, we rebounded to about 14.8 million. Looks like we're about in the same range this year. We said this a lot at the last meeting, but revenues really bounced back after businesses reopened, but we don't have a lot of growth. Seems like that comes up on every topic, but we don't have a lot of growth. So they've been pretty flat over the last couple years. And I think that's about what we're going to see moving forward at this point. So $14.8 million budget in 21, or in revenues in 21-22, $14.7 million 22-23, and we're projecting $14.9 million in 23-24. I gave a lot of background on why at the last meeting, but one of the key things is looking at some of the businesses that look to be opening later on in the year should have a slight increase from prior years. So then we went through the budget and we talked about the expenditures that we have and what priorities we were building into the budget, with those 4 priorities being catching up on deferred maintenance. It's not a secret that usually when you have budget challenges, you start holding off on fixing things. And I think that's something that the city's done over many, many years. And so we were looking at trying to make sure we're catching up on those things, especially while the, quote unquote, times are good. We should be trying to catch up. We have talked a lot about paving over the last several meetings, but we pointed out at the last meeting that over 5 years, we'll likely have to pave about $10 to $15 million to catch up on paving. So that's something that we need to start preparing for and make sure that we budget for. Other than deferred maintenance, we also talked about paying down our debt, which for the city, fortunately, we don't have a lot of debt, but the debt we do have is unfunded pension liability and retiree medical liability. So those are included in the budget to pay this year's share and to prepay some of the future years. Third priority, staffing. Just like every other business in town, it's very hard to fill critical positions right now.
seems like there's help wanted signs everywhere, and we probably need to invest in some for City Hall. But the budget, we were able to start filling positions this year, and the budget includes the funding to keep filling positions. And we've made progress on that in the last couple months, but there's still a few key positions left. And then building reserves, which the good news is that we did a really good job over the last 2 years of building reserves. And so that is also included in the budget, and it's included in the budget in the line item that says cannabis tax transfer, which is essentially the city, when we passed a cannabis tax, said that until we hit our reserve goal, we would transfer the cannabis tax to our reserves, our emergency reserve or our rainy day fund. And so in the proposed budget, that's still included at this time. And so other key items, those are the 4 priorities that sort of shape the budget. There are a couple key items that I think we've gotten a lot of questions about and we've had a lot of conversation about. One is the budget does include a contingencies budget, but it's at a reduced level from last year. Last year was $550,000 in contingency, which is the most we ever had, but it was because we had a feeling, kind of looking at the horizon, that we had a lot of expenses that may happen at that time and then have happened since then. And one of those, the next line item, is that we saw there were a couple of lawsuits that we had thought may be ahead, and those ended up happening. So one thing that you'll notice in this year's budget is we're trying to make our budget better match reality. Last year we had more money in contingencies, $100,000 more in contingencies and $100,000 less in attorney's cost. But that $100,000 really did go to the attorney's costs last year. So in this year's budget, we're just trying to be more realistic, and we essentially flip-flopped where that $100,000 that got pulled out of contingencies is going to the attorney's costs, because now we know that there are those lawsuits that we just speculated about a year ago. So those 2 line items, contingencies goes from 550 to 450, and then attorney services go from 296 to 398. So essentially, I'm saying they sort of balance out, but that's how we reflected it in the budget to try to be more accurate in the budget. Additionally, the Ojai Museum, we included that as a line item at the direction of council last year. It hadn't been a line item prior, but last year there was a agreement to include it as a line item with $60,000 in funding. So that is included in the budget. Community grant funding was what we had called it in the past. I mentioned this towards the end of the last meeting. The idea this year, obviously subject to council discussion, and I think regardless of how we move forward, we'll probably have an item in the future in the next month to 2 months to talk about process and everything. But the idea was, rather than creating a separate line item, which had sort of started to feel like a quota of we have this much and we need to give this much away, which I just think didn't really work well and isn't necessarily a best practice. So rather than doing that, the idea would be this year to move to a contractor arrangement for community funding, contracting for services, and then either using contract budgets or contingencies budgets. I think there's good and there's bad. I think the good to that is I think it'll lead to maybe better accountability and ensuring that the city is getting the service that it wants to get versus a grant where you're just giving the money away and hoping that you're getting what you want to get. The challenge with it is that it also means that just like everything else, there's a lot of things we want to do, and at the end of the day, they compete, and we have to decide which ones are priorities this year and which ones are priorities in future years. So that's a process that we should probably talk further about, but that's the idea sort of built into the budget, obviously subject to the approval or direction of the council. And then the Arts Commission, it's included in the budget at $37,850, but if you remember, they presented last week that they've developed their 5-year plan, and they had requested a little increase. I think it was about $5,000. So when we revise the budget to balance it, we will include that that addition. We got a couple questions on that. And so essentially at this point, and I know it's already getting late, so I'll try to keep it very, very brief, but for real this time.
Famous.
Yeah, for reals this time. But so what we did to try to help with that is we looked at the budget. We tried to make sure we still are prioritizing those key categories, but we looked at what minor adjustments can we make that would essentially result in a balanced budget. And so I have come up and recommended this path, which is right now we're $200,000 upside down. If we reduce our TOT transfer to CIP by $50,000, we reduce our contingency budget by $50,000, we reduce the prepayment of retiree medical and prepayment of unfunded pensions by $50,000 each, which puts those back to the level they were last year. So we're not cutting it; it's just we're not increasing it, which was a good goal to have. Then we'd essentially have a balanced budget. And so, that's the easy button. If we want to have an easy option to have a balanced budget, I think that's it. We're still doing what we need to do because we still are transferring money to the CIP to help pay for streets. We're still transferring, or we still have a contingency fund to do the things we really need to do. We're still prepaying debt, maybe just not at the level that I think we'd all like to do. So that is the recommendation. Obviously, council would have multiple options, probably thousands of options, theoretically, of going through and looking at line items and making reductions, making adjustments. I think ultimately, we have a pretty good budget that really will allow the city to do the priorities that it wants to do. The budget committee agreed, and they recommended approval of the budget unanimously. So I think that it's a good budget, but obviously there's room for council discussion and deliberation. Just as an example, if we have the 4 priorities, if the council this year said, well, this year we don't need to transfer money to the CIP, so take the 200 out of that and you can leave everything else. That's another example of how we could balance it. But again, I think we're able to accomplish all 4 of those key priorities. And so I think instead of cutting one out completely, just reducing a little bit from each of those categories would balance the budget in a pretty painless way. So with that, the direction we're looking for tonight is feedback, and then direction on ideas or, what the council would like to see to balance the budget. The next step is third budget workshop in 2 weeks will be on the CIP, capital improvement projects. And then the 4th budget workshop in early June would be bringing back the general fund and the CIP with the changes that the council requests or directs. So we're hoping to get the feedback on the general fund tonight to move that forward. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, James. Much gratitude. It's a lot of work. Questions? Susan.
Should I go ahead? Okay. 2 separate questions. For the proposal to go to what you're calling contract services, does that include the Chamber of Commerce, the Ojai Valley Green Coalition, and their 8-acre campus?
It would be the specific services would be up to the council. So
Okay.
my recommendation is like the approach, but then it's up to the council to say, here's the services we want to purchase.
And you want that tonight?
No, that, of course, the council could give direction on that tonight, but I didn't anticipate it because I know that's a longer discussion.
Okay.
So I think right before this meeting, I've gotten sort of some proposals from some groups that the council in the past has indicated that they would like to support. And so I've sent those to the council, but I think I would expect the council would want some time to read those and think about it. And come
good.
back.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay, my second question is, do you put the city council stipend under expenditures, salaries, and benefits? Is that the category?
Yes, and so we are finalizing the long form version, which is the couple 100-page document.
Okay,
And
yeah,
so,
I'm looking for that.
yeah, we're finalizing that. We'll send that out. The idea was the initial discussion would be very high level. Obviously, it turned into 2 discussions, so it didn't quite work as planned. But that breakdown will have each department, including the city council department, is how it's referred to in the budget, and it'll show the salaries for each of those departments.
So can we do a cost of living increase for the city council? It's been, I think, at least 8 years, especially considering how much more expensive housing is in the city limit.
Yeah, the council has does have the choice of whether to do that. In the budget, yes, the city attorney's probably going to jump in on that, but in the budget, we included some cost of living increases, but I don't believe offhand that we included for council. It's probably a minor amount because we only have 5 council members and it's a part-time salary essentially. Yeah. If we're going to do that, I'd probably have to make a minor adjustment, but it wouldn't be anything major. It wouldn't be a large sum. I think the last time we did it was a couple $1,000s.
So do you need council direction for that? Okay.
And
my
do you want to add
colleagues-
Yeah,
anything to that?
Mayor and Council, if I can jump in on that one. 2 key points about council salaries. Yes, the council can look at adding a cost of living adjustment. One key point to bear in mind is that the state law limits the amount of that adjustment, and we'd have to run the math. It's essentially 5 years, 5% per year of each of the last years. So if it's 8 years, you get about 40%. So it's probably going to be under inflation, and that's because the government code sets the rule. Second, it does not take effect until after the next election.
Okay,
So the council can raise the future council salary.
that's good. That's good. I think it's important.
And the idea, if
It
the
al-
voters
it-
had concerns, they could express those
It
concerns.
allows for more diversity on the council. That's the bottom line.
Can you give us an idea of how much money we'd be talking about? And so that'd be another amount of money we'd have to shift.
Yeah, I don't know what that off the top of my head is. You
My
might know more than
guess,
I.
let me do some quick math. I think it's like in the couple of $1,000 range. I don't think it's much. I mean, depending on how much of an increase we make, but we have 5 part-time positions basically. So 5% a year for 5 part-time positions probably isn't more than a few $1,000s.
But just a clarifying question on that. We could do that, but it wouldn't go into effect until 4 years down the road.
And it would be a
Next
separate,
election is
well,
two.
two,
Next election.
Two. Okay.
and
Yeah,
it would be
sorry.
it would be a separate item that would come back because it is a ordinance.
Yep.
Is an ordinance.
State law requires the council salary be set by ordinance. So we would come back with an ordinance that would be introduced, adopted, and then take effect with the seating the new council in December 2024.
So it'd be for some future budget discussion.
No, it would happen
Well,
now.
Actually, that's a good point. With the timing of the election, we probably wouldn't need to adjust this budget. We'd need to adjust, or we need to plan for it in next
Someone
year's
would have to
budget.
do it on the next budget.
Next
Yeah,
year's
it would
budget.
be, if adopted by the council, it would take effect with the first paycheck and after the new council seated in December 2024, which is part of the next budget cycle, fiscal 24-25.
Yeah.
But you could still adopt it to then take effect. Then.
Yeah, I would like to do that.
But it
And
wouldn't
I'll-
impact this year, this
Yeah,
budget.
for the future council, that's good. That for many reasons, it's important that we do it. Makes it much less awkward. And then secondly, any council member that's concerned doesn't have to take the funds. Johnny never took a salary. If you have a nice retirement check and you don't want the money, you can just put it back in the pot or donate it to Help of Ojai.
Any other questions before we go to public comment?
Just a quick one. So the last page you showed us with your proposal about
with the option.
closing the gap,
Yeah.
was that something that the budget committee studied and it's their recommendation, or?
No, the budget committee ultimately liked the existing budget and recommended it, but essentially had said if the last couple decisions are based on the council's priorities, then the council should make those decisions. because they're more policy questions. Policy of, do we increase our prepayment of our pension liability? Those are sort of, the budget committee deferred those to the council.
Any other questions? Leslie, you have a question?
Yeah, this is just more process. If we want to, is this the time to speak directly to line items, or
Sure.
Should I wait till after public comment?
I guess if it's a question on a line item, it would be appropriate now, and then if you just
I
want to
think
have
it's
the
closer to
conversation
discussion.
after.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah.
Okay, we will start with Brian Akins and then Bill Miley.
Hello, Council. For those that are watching, I'm up here again, this time with a different hat on. I am the president of the Ojai Valley Museum. That would be on page 4-6, line item 43. I was here a couple weeks ago. We had a 17-year-old beagle who was going downhill, and so I got texts and I had to run out, and we Matilaha Veterinary nicely sent her on the next day. So I did watch the rest, and it was actually, you got to the budget 3 hours after I left, so there was some benefit to that. However, I didn't watch it until, right at 8:30, so I stayed up, kind of in sync with the rest of you. I did watch that. I did pay attention to what you were saying. A key thing that you mentioned 2 weeks ago, you've mentioned here, is the contract. We kind of feel that we have been in a contractual relationship with the city council for the many years that we've come before you. When we came before you, it was during dire straits, and without the funding, the museum would have been closed. But we said in that the funds would go just towards operations. No funds go towards salaries in any way. If you looked at their salary, you know that's true. In the past, I've given to you financial details that show those line items by month. I'm happy to provide those again. Also provided all of the report from our executive director, Winnie Barker, on the fabulous things we've done. So we're happy to do those things. We do appreciate the support from the city. It was wonderful that the Commissioner Appreciation Dinner was held at the museum. It got us a chance to show off everything to everybody, and come on back. We love it. We are always maintaining our financials. We look at them. Have a finance committee. Some may not know that 8+ years ago, Bill Wyrick was on our finance committee. He had taken his dad's spot. Then he got elected. He came here. Now he's back on the finance committee because he's taken his mom's spot. She's 90-something and thought maybe she should retire. But we are doing different things. We're looking at expenses. We did just have feasting on history, art, and beautiful homes this last Saturday. It's a wonderful event because we get these wonderful people that have either a historic art or beautiful home to be the hosts for the night and to provide the dinner. So our only real expenses is the upfront advertising, and so we net about $8,000 on that. So that's one of our big events. I will tell you that, like as seen in other places, we did an annual appeal. What we saw was we had more donations that came to us, but a lesser amount. And we've heard that's pretty true for a lot of the nonprofits. So we are working hard, and we appreciate the support that we have from each of you.
Thank you, Brian.
I just want to thank you and thank the museum. I think that part of a vibrant town is a museum, is a playhouse, but most especially the museum is really, really special. And thank you for what you do, and the fact that you do it on $60,000 from the city and whatever else you manage to fundraise. I think it's astounding, and I just love it, and I think it's great, and thank you. I just want to say thank you, and thank you to the staff and the volunteers and everyone who works so hard to give that gift to our city.
Yes, we have a wonderful staff.
Yeah.
We do.
We
Again.
all echo that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Much
Thank you.
appreciated. Bill Miley.
Good evening. One, having reserves to run the city government when in an economic downturn is certainly important and preventive. It seems that having close to 80% of the current general fund budget is supported by many. Two, our main sources of revenue, this is partly for the public, are hotel and motel room taxes at 15%, which produces $6 million. Cannabis tax at 3%, which produces $250,000. The sales tax is 7.25%, which produces about $2.5 million. Property tax, which produces about $2.5 million, and in lieu vehicle tax, which produces about $1 million. 3, we have need for filling in health and pension deficits for our employees. We have need for paving repair for our streets. We have need for increased help for the homeless, unhoused folks who have historically connections to our city, which means they kind of grew up here. We have need for increased help to prevent loss of housing through rental assistance program, which is part of the county continuum of care system. 4, it's my opinion that about $12 million is needed to produce an 80% reserve, gradually filled in. Currently, we have about $7 million in reserve, as I understand. We need $5 million more. 5, we currently have the cannabis tax at $250,000 going to this reserve. It will take a few years. 6, it seems prudent for this council to seriously consider proposing increasing the sales tax by 1 to 2%, and if approved by our voters, would raise an estimated $2,500,000 each year for each cent. 2 cents would give us $5 million a year. And our tourist industry would provide most of this. And in conclusion, a chronic concern we have and others have is helping with the continuum of care system of loss of housing and rehousing needs, commonly known as the homeless problem. In my opinion, our city should be budgeting a new $100,000 for the continuum of care system of services in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Weston, any comments online?
Yes, we have Renee. Renee, you have the floor.
Good evening, council. It's again late at night. So kudos to James again for revenues being much higher than expected by $1.3 million and saving $500,000 in unfilled positions. But I still want to reiterate, I do believe Ojai has some financial issues that really need to be looked at. And many cities, and including the school district, are calling it a structural deficit, something that reoccurs year after year after year because your expenses are more than your revenues. And in the school district situation, it's much different. I don't want to put that overlay on the city of Ojai. You're not in that situation. But you do have very limited sources of income. And you also have very big capital improvement projects that need to be anticipated for and budgeted for, including the ATP project and the 5-year road maintenance plan. So in my estimation, you can't really look at your general fund budget without looking at your long-term unfunded liabilities and your capital improvement projects. And you can't start saying what your reserves should be until you know what those long-term unfunded liabilities are. Deferred maintenance and roads are going to be expensive. The ATP project is going to be expensive. So please don't underestimate those projects. I also think, James, that even though we know salaries are up to $3.8 million, that's an 18% increase from the 22-23 budget. That's well above a cost of living increase. So I do believe you need to explain what the positions are that you're adding to the budget, the number of positions you're adding, the number of FTEs, the number of part-time employees, because that's a substantial increase, 18% in salaries. So I think you need to have some kind of a schedule that you show that explains what new positions you're funding before you start saying we've got to cut the budget and have unmet needs. I also think you need to fund
Thank you, Renee. Is that,
community projects. I think you need to fund the community demo garden and Help of Ojai. They need to have the city's financial support.
thank you, Renee. Is that it, Weston?
Yes, that's all.
And just to clarify on that question about salaries, James, from my understanding, you didn't fill, well, there were a lot of positions that were not filled during COVID, and you did such a miracle, pulled off a miracle by keeping us afloat, and there's still positions that are not filled from COVID.
Part of
right?
that is like I said this last time, that some of that's not by choice. We don't have a public works director, or now we have an interim part-time public works director who's doing a great job, but we would like to have a full-time public works director. We didn't last year, so it appears to be an increase, but it's really just filling vacancies. But I went last time, there were a couple of positions we talked about adding. One was a planner position for the planning department because the city's always only had 0 or 1 planners. And then if you lose a person, you essentially lose all institutional knowledge on probably the department that needs the institutional knowledge the most. So it's a planner position. There's a recreation position, again, because they were cut because we didn't have recreation because people weren't allowed to recreate for years. Now, as we add it back and we start to build up, we're adding back rec department, kind of a little bit at a time too. And then we have a couple adjustments to the trolley department that we still have to work out our personnel situation. So I don't want to get too far into the detail because it involves personnel stuff. But basically, we're trying to figure out how to get enough drivers to restore our routes. We still only have one of the 2 routes operating. So yes, there is not an 18% increase, unfortunately. It would be great if there was, but no, it's more positions. And then, honestly, we are planning to propose a cost of living adjustment that will not keep up with inflation. That's what's in the budget. So.
Thank you for clarifying. Thank you for maintaining such an incredible staff. Really, we're lucky.
I think you also said last time that there were some positions that you increased the salary because we were losing.
Thank you.
In the competitive market.
Correct.
Where we just couldn't compete with what other people were paying. So you raised those salaries in order to.
We'd like to. Yeah, exactly. So we're proposing increasing all our public works crew members, which I take pride in because, the narrative usually is that, the directors and the city manager get the raises. Well, that we haven't had that be the case the last couple of years. And this year we're proposing that the people that we need to give the raises to are the public works crew who are out there getting things done and the agencies around us are getting paid more and are now starting to be interested in going to those other agencies. So.
Thanks, James. All right, well, we're moving on to discussion. So would anyone, yeah.
Larry, did you want to speak? Do you have a card?
No, I misplaced it.
Okay, well.
Go ahead, Larry.
Sorry.
How is it that the Maricopa is sucking up all the energy and all the money in our community, We're gonna be 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. We have no idea what the easements or any other lawsuits are gonna, and then we're out here spending money on housing, on electric bicycles, on pay raises, and all this work that we all wanna get done. And you're putting aside all this 3 million, whatever the millions are going into the Maricopa. You wanna do Ojai Avenue? Then separate it. And if the state doesn't let you, do it anyway, because this is getting absurd. We're living on grants, and we're not generating enough income to do all the things that you good people and all we need. You've got to raise either more money or cut your expenses. I mean, this is like spending money on a vacation while the pipes are leaking. Okay? I mean, this is getting absurd. I mean, we don't have enough money to do all the things that everybody wants to do. And the Maricopa is just millions. And then more lawsuits. Because that's going to happen, because somebody's going to want an appraisal, and there's going to be an argument, and it's going to go into court, and they're going to argue about valuations over leases, and valuations over parking, and dirt, and on bonds, and all the property, and the numbers are just going to corkscrew into the air. So you got to just say no and end it. If the state wants their money back, go talk to our state rep and tell him to do his job, and say we don't have to put the money back. But let's get on with it, because we just can't afford it.
Thank you, Larry. All right, moving on to discussion. Who would like to, Leslie?
Yeah, so we're not going to delve into line items, but I think we've spoken. You know, there's two ways that you balance a budget. You either, increase the top line or you decrease the bottom line. And I do believe with the people that have spoken that we have that we need to seriously look at increasing the top line. That is, whether it's sales tax or the TOT or, I don't think the cannabis tax is up there, or a transfer tax, which gets me into sort of property taxes, which gets me into knowing the numbers of the housing. If there's a transfer tax on properties that are sold over 2.5 million, that can go into a rent stabilization fund, those kinds of things. But unless I know, how many houses have sold and, what those amounts are. So those kinds of things. So I am most definitely in support of figuring out revenue streams. Thank you, Larry, for your comments, but I voted yes on the ATP and I stand solid with that, but I also understand we need to find that money. I think it's I think the ATP is part of envisioning exactly what the future of Ojai is going to look like with ecotourism, and many other things. But we need, to the extent that we think we have the money we need to do the things we do, I don't think we actually do. I think we need more money, and so we need to increase revenue, and because I don't think there's anything to decrease. So I'm going to leave it with that, and I'd like us to prioritize figuring out what taxes would be most appropriate, talking to the inn and talking to the TOT people, seeing how they feel about things. And I don't know what our relationship is with them, actually. Perhaps people on the council have a better idea. Do we have a really good relationship? Can we go to them and say, this is for the good of everybody, including the people that come to visit us? So, are you supportive? That kind of thing. And I am happy and would be happy to go through line item by line item, but I think that can be for the next budget discussion, especially once we get the the back sheets, basically, that lead to these totals. And then we can discuss more in depth, like where we might go. So that's me, in my opinion.
Rachel,
So I think,
Rachel raised her hand.
go ahead.
So to that point, I think that this budget, you've done such a great job on it, and I think this is a really solid budget. And one thing I would like to see us talk about in the future, even though it's not on the agenda tonight, I would like to see us talk about, specifically coming up with an economic development committee, or, looking at increasing sales tax, but making a concerted effort to look at the revenue streams that are coming into the community and seeing how we can create new ones, how we can reimagine the ones that we have. because I think there are tremendous opportunities, and I'm learning so much about what other communities are doing right now, not just here in Ventura County, but all over the world. And I think that there's a lot more we could be doing on that front as well.
Yeah, so my understanding on taxes, which I think, well, first, I think we have that as a, something that's on the agenda items that we're waiting to move forward, but.
Yes, it was
the
added last
idea-
meeting.
Yeah, the idea of looking at multiple new taxes or tax increases, while also looking at where we would prioritize the revenues generated from that. But it's also important, you know, for the public to know that, at least it's my understanding, that most taxes we as a council can't approve. We have to take it to the voters as a ballot measure, and the voters have to vote it in.
And that's, when we bring the item that gives the options, we'll go through that, but most options require voter approval.
Yeah, so that's gonna be some future budget. I'm gonna echo what everybody else has said. I think that it's great that a really good job has been done to present us with this budget. I'm happy that we're only talking about the $200,000 need to balance. And I am in favor of all of those take care of the future measures that you're proposing for us. You know, particularly increasing our reserves and paying down our future liabilities. I guess that's it.
Okay, Susan?
So, can you clarify, to raise the any taxes, we have to put it on a voter ballot measure, but we have to propose that now, right? To get it on the ballot?
Yes.
Either in March or November of 2024, right?
Yeah, and we were looking at maybe trying to get it on back, an agenda item back to council around first meeting of July, which might sound far, but that's basically 3 meetings. And we have 3 full meetings. But so there's that point. Most taxes, the short version is that most of the taxes would require voter approval. The one off the top of my head that doesn't, I think I said this last meeting, but we have pre-approval on the cannabis tax, so that's one option if the council was trying to do something immediately. But other than that, most of the ones I can think of would be voter approval. But we'll bring that option in July, and then that would allow us to put it on one of the ballots in 2024.
Okay, thank you.
One more keynote, which ballot triggers in part what kind of tax it is. As a general rule, subject to a couple of exceptions, a general tax has to be on a general ballot, so that'd be the November 24 ballot, unless it's put there by voter petition under current case law. That case law is in danger of being overturned by the California Business Taxpayers Initiative. That's also going to be on the November 2024 ballot. So if we get something voter approved in March, there's a risk a general tax put on the March ballot via voter petition might be invalidated by the November ballot. So safe answer, general tax, meaning available for any city service, November 2024 ballot. So it would help the future, but won't necessarily solve this particular budget. But as noted, cannabis, the voters approved up to 10%, and that can be adjusted from the 3% that it's at now by council without further voter approval because the voters already approved it.
Yeah, I'm very hesitant.
Okay, well, I'd just like to say, it sounds like we're all in agreement that we would like to move forward tonight, and also that we have a great deal of gratitude to you, James, and Pam, if you're listening, I hope you're listening, we're working so hard, and And that these 4 key priorities, the deferred maintenance, the trees, the parks, the paving, pay down unfunded pensions, the staffing, building reserves are really, really important, and it's time that we take care of those. So, somebody ready to make a motion?
I'll make a motion
Hey, you're the development
approve
lady.
it. I'll make a motion to approve the budget.
I'll second.
Or to direct. Yeah, and we'll return with the future workshop with the balanced budget.
Okay. Roll call?
Did you
Yes.
second it?
I did second it,
Mhm.
more or less.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Francina.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes. Okay, wonderful. All right, it's 10:30, council. We have one more item. Are we?
Thank you.
Two more.
Well, no, we just have, I'm sorry, we have 2 more. Yes, okay, so we will move on to item number 5.
Not
Ojai Day.
continue on after 10:30.
Yeah, so-
Generally, we,
I think we need
Ojai
to,
Day could be next time.
we need to,
couldn't
I need to end, at a reasonable time.
but
'cause
our
I'm-
general rule is that we don't start new items after 10:30.
we? And
Um,
luckily for
10,
us,
I'm sorry, 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
So that
Right.
would,
So we're-
yeah,
We're
so-
hope-free.
James, what's the time frame for the Ojai Day?
So the only issue is that we have to start opening up applications to the public and stuff. So I was planning to basically just recommend that we go back to the street because the survey results were overwhelming. So I think we will proceed in that way unless I hear like
Okay,
an
and we-
immediate
and we-
objection.
Wait, I have a
We
question.
do have one, public, Jamie Fleming, who's been so patiently waiting.
Yeah.
Oh, Did
So-
you, did you just say you're in favor of closing the street?
I'm not in favor, but the survey results were overwhelming.
That's what I hear too. But I did have a question.
Okay.
It sounded like we had to, if we chose to close the street, that we had to have a big event with out-of-town vendors.
Yeah, and that's the challenge. In the survey, everybody sort of
yeah,
said,
yeah.
well, we want it big, but we don't want it touristy. And the challenge is what we had kind of explained to everybody is it's one or the other, because the problem is the reason why it's in the park right now is because to keep it local, we have way fewer vendors and we only have Ojai vendors. If we're going to open it up and make it big and allow everybody to come in, then we can do it. We can fill the street, but then it is everybody coming in. And for anybody who doesn't remember, in 2019, right before COVID, we had a lot of complaints about all the tourists that
Yeah,
were
but
taking over
I
Ojai
want to
Day.
talk about this. Hang on, Jay.
All right.
But wait, I have a question.
Sure.
Why is it, I still don't understand why it's either or. My idea is close the street and open it up for the kids so that they can ride their skateboards, we can have bicycling. It can be a real community event. We only have to figure out how to pay for that.
Yeah, we could
How much
close.
it co- it
We could
costs-
close the street. To your point, we could close the street and have and still have fewer vendors and everything else. I think the concern we have is that I think the perception would be, oh, this is a terrible Ojai Day. There's all this empty space, all this. But maybe if we figured out how to message that and get it through to people. A lot of people did say that they just remember the street being closed and sort of want that feeling back. So maybe people won't care if it's a small event with the street closed, but it's sort of all the things we're struggling with. I ended up, like I said, based on the survey results, which were overwhelmingly that they want the street closed, I'm sort of at the point of saying, let's try it for a year and let's see how it goes. It might naturally be smaller because we haven't had all the outside vendors for 2 years. They might not come back this year.
That's good.
So
we can
yeah.
still have the mandala,
So
intersection.
So I think that's it. We'd probably basically try to do the best we can, but it's probably going to be smaller than it was in the
Now,
past.
is there an Ojai Day committee still?
No, there's not an Ojai Day committee. The last 3 years, we essentially had one staff person. Last year was Weston, so he can tell you all the details, and he probably lost some hair from it.
Is he the one, if we have some ideas to go to?
Well, so this year it's Kiara, who's our new
Kiara.
events person.
Okay.
And so we'll be working with her. But I think I'm at the point, maybe that's really it, and we could almost keep it that simple. I think people want to try it in the street. I think we'll do our best. It might be smaller this year, and if everybody's okay with that, we'll try it in the street.
Yeah.
So.
Small, local,
Okay.
close street.
Jamie, thank you for staying.
Jamie Fleming, Chamber of Commerce. I'm glad to hear that it might be going back to the street, but I'm very cautious as to how I state that. By the way, before I go too far, Weston, you did a great job last year, very organized, really was well done. And I think the last 2 years gave us a good chance to see us get it more of a local Ojai feeling. And I still personally think if we just keep having it grow carefully and keep that local Ojai feeling, it's going to be great. Why I wanted to talk to you tonight is I also was very in tune as to where everything was headed, and I knew we might end up in the street, which I think might give us that little extra energy, because I think a lot more people will want to come because then they think it's Ojai Day because they think that's special. However, all the years before, if we have maybe forgotten, the downtown merchants, that was turning into their worst sales day of the year. And it had not so much to do with the fact that the street was closed. It was the way we positioned all those vendors, where the backs of them were all facing the stores, the backs were facing the park, and you walk down the middle. So it was almost like a gauntlet, and you never would go, and people would not naturally be able to see the stores or go in them. And the last 2 years, especially last year, the stores, the few that I talked to, their sales had all been really good, actually, because they weren't blocked off, and people weren't just caught up with just walking down this venue of just vendors. So I'm encouraging that, yes, if we go with the street open, which I think might add that extra energy, and I like your idea, Souza, and that's what I also told the city when they talked to me. I said, musicians, jugglers, maybe a few vendors, but if we could really not then block off our poor downtown merchants with just a blockade of tents and vendors, but spread it out so that people include our stores, then I would be very much in favor of it, and I think this could be a great way to carefully grow this. But please, let's not sacrifice our stores with the worst sales day again of the year just for opening a street and having all those vendors. So,
Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you.
Any comments online, Weston?
Yes. We have one raised hand from Renee. Renee, you have the floor.
Thank you. You know what? I agree with everything that Jamie said. I loved the smaller in the park feeling. I really did think that it was more of an opportunity to connect with local residents and local merchants. But I also like the idea of having the street open and the mandala. And I know that there could be a stage or something that would have local talent. I know the local talent was always a big hit, where people had a place to go sing and dance. And I think riding bikes or juggling or whatever, I love that idea, without having all of these big out of town vendors in town trying to sell their wares and promote their wares. I just think it's too much. It's just way too much. So I like the idea of openness but small town feeling at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. Is that it, Weston?
Yes, that's all.
Okay, let's move on to discussion. Anyone ready to make a motion?
And I want to make a great idea. Let's say something like 2 to 4, dancing in the street. Doesn't that sound good? You know, we'll figure out the time according to the weather. But, you know, just take advantage so people know what it's like to have our beauty. That's like a European downtown with the key shopping area and the park, no cars. You know, that's how it should be if it wasn't a state highway.
So what do we, how should the motion be worded that, I mean, basically all we're deciding right now is to close the street.
I think that's really it.
And then we will do the other things to keep it within the parameters that we would like.
And
Okay.
then just the caveat is that we have to apply for permits through Caltrans to close the street. So I think it's direction to us to go through that process. Obviously, I don't expect that they would reject it, but since we haven't done it for a couple of years, we're sort of figuring out how that's going to work. So.
And it costs us about, if I'm reading this right, about between $10,000 and $15,000 more to do a closed street.
Exactly.
Than
Exactly. And we included that in the budget
kind of anticipating when we were putting the budget together, the survey results were coming in, and I sort of saw where it was going. So we've included that in the budget this year.
Yeah, I guess I would say that feedback that I've received has been overwhelmingly in favor of the closed street. But I think maybe we should be looking at doing the vendor situation in a way that makes clear that the stores are open as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe work with them merchants ahead of time on how to incorporate their businesses into the event so they don't feel like they're being shuttered or.
And let's really make it an educational event and encourage this to be Ojai's car-free day where, when possible, so that, and tie it in with education about climate change and all of that, and make it really nice for people.
So this would be, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This would be basically a discussion with Kiara and people. I mean, the process would be such that people would go with ideas to Kiara, and she might or might not decide to have a working group, or
Nope.
don't go to her. Nope, don't go to her.
No,
Okay.
if everybody, sort of just the reminder for everybody, council, city manager, form of government, ideas come through me, and then we see what there's a consensus for, and then we proceed. I think at this point, I think I've got the sense of it, like big picture. So we'll start working on that big picture plan, and then we'll try to do sort of status updates and adjust as we go.
Okay.
So-
Okay. All right. Well, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Or did you already
Did
second?
somebody make a
Did someone-
motion? Did
Yeah,
Well,
Leslie made a
we
motion.
asked,
Okay, great.
Okay.
I make a motion to direct the
To be-
city manager to proceed with getting permits from Caltrans to close 150 per the norm of Ojai Day.
And second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Roll call, please, Weston.
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Francina.
Yes.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. All right, we will postpone item number 7. Yes? And,
6.
yeah, well,
Meeting's happening anytime
Yes.
soon anyway, so
Yeah.
I think I missed the boat on this year, which is.
That's okay.
We'll work on it.
Okay, so we'll move on to council member reports. Yep. Well, I would like to report, I went to SCAG, Southern California Association of Government Conference in Palm Desert. Very interesting, really met a lot of very interesting people. The theme was on the environment, transportation, economy, and housing, and how they all intersect. So, high point was meeting Dolores Huerta, who's the founder of the United Farm Workers Union with Cesar Chavez. She's 93, and she spoke about how we're all connected and we need to live that way. So that was very inspiring. And I also went to a workshop on electrifying our fleet, which was super interesting. So thanks for sending me. Also, it's National Nursing Week, so make sure to say thank you to the nurses. I read a proclamation yesterday at the Continuing Care Center behind the hospital, which is a beautiful new center if you haven't seen it. I mean, the art there is incredible. So thanks to Barbara Hirsch for that. And then the Green Valley Project did some plantings over the weekend, which is really exciting, at the Humane Society and Mesa, our new on Gorham, the transitional housing for kids coming out of foster care. So it's a good weekend. Anybody else?
Yes, I have
Okay.
one. Okay. So we had, there were many of us elected officials and people from Ventura County who took part in the first 5 Ventura activity where we read to children, and I got to go to Noah's Ark with Eric Knight of the Humane Society, and we read together, and it was really great to support an incredible organization that does so much for the kids of our community. And then also I just wanted to say that I'm on the council member rule, and she's the alternative, but I serve on the Gold Coast Transportation District Board, and there is a big event happening this Wednesday They're introducing all the green technology that they're using right now for the fleets. The trolley is a part of that, but all of the bus systems in Ventura County, and they're moving to hydrogen fuel cells. So there's a lot happening with that, with the electrification of transportation in this area, and also with reducing our, all over Ventura County, reducing our use of greenhouse gases.
Anything else to report?
Yeah, so we had a great time planting a tree in at Clough Vista for Arbor Day, replacing the pine that came down. So that was really fun, and thank you, James and team, for putting that together, because that was actually really special. Yeah, I went to an event at the Humane Society and learned a little bit about what Eric Knight, their new executive director, is doing, and his idea for re-envisioning the Humane Society and a potential capital campaign. And so that was really exciting, because it does dovetail a lot with what we in Ojai are potentially going to be thinking about as we re-envision and start thinking about the general plan in a more holistic way. He is doing the same thing with the Humane Society, and potentially could be a partner, and or we could work together to see how that could continue. So yeah, that would be my two. I'm there.
Okay, anything else?
I'm very busy, but I've
Okay,
nothing
I
to
know.
report yet.
Okay, city manager's report?
So just quickly, on May 23rd right now, there are 6 discussion items currently scheduled. A couple are sort of like housekeeping items that are required, and then the others not so much. But we have our annual engineers report related to our assessments. It's required to be a public hearing, so that's first. We have our 3rd budget workshop, which will be CIP, capital improvement projects. We have to bring the valet parking item with the parking committee's recommendation back prior to a legal deadline with the ongoing litigation. We have the commission composition item coming back, and the returning, or the changing the sizes of the commissions that was directed to come back. The housing element, will be bringing the revised housing element, and then the mayor's request for the rent disclosure item that we pushed off this agenda. So those are the 6 items currently scheduled for May 23rd. The Parks and Rec Commission made their pickleball recommendation. We're going to try to squeeze that into either the May 23rd or June 13th. I think with that heavy of an agenda, that pickleball recommendation will come on June 13th. But I just wanted to mention that because that's one we get a lot of questions about when that's coming back. So those are some of the items looking ahead at the next 2 agendas.
Thank you, James. Any future agenda items?
Yeah. I just want to ask a question, James. How is the Park and Rec Committee doing with the Soul Park contract?
Mm-hmm. So the Parks and Rec Commission, they canceled this meeting due to lack of quorum. It's the first one they've canceled in, I would say, over a year, so that's not typical. But so that was supposed to be on their agenda for them to discuss and give an update.
Yeah.
So I'll reach out and see if there's an update in the meantime. But essentially, they canceled that meeting due to lack of quorum, so the next meeting is June. So I'll see if there's an update in the meantime.
Okay.
I don't want to speak for them, but I think that we had sent them the agreement that's been negotiated to date, and then they were going to get together and sort of go through that and make some
Put a little
recommendations.
fire under them.
So we can
okay?
follow up on that. Yeah.
This is really important. People are waiting for that. And then some kind of a date certain or anticipated for the cannabis lounge, and perhaps an understanding that we're not going to put new items that are not time sensitive on until we follow up with that, because it just starts to feel very disjointed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so no new, I mean, I know that you have one item, okay, that,
Yeah, we have that currently planned for July 11th.
July
Which
11th?
again, sounds far, but we only have May 23rd, which we just
Yeah,
went
it's-
through that.
okay.
June 13th, June 27th, and then July 11th. And just a common area, what always happens is May and June end up sort of being swallowed by the budget. And so
Yeah.
all of those agenda items have budget reviews, or all those meetings will have budget reviews. So July 11th sort of has almost like the return to normal business. So that's the date we had that penciled in right now.
so there, I didn't hear you mention, or did I miss, there's no budget discussion May 23rd, or there is?
There is, it's
There
the
is.
CIP, capital improvement project portion
yeah,
of the
that-
budget.
Yeah, you said that,
Mhm.
yeah, okay.
I'm sorry, yeah, so what about, oh, go ahead.
Okay, and then Rachel can't meet the parking committee, was there an alternative date?
There was an alternative date that Tuesday morning instead, Tuesday the 16th.
Tuesday
Tuesday?
would work, because then
Yes.
that gives us exactly 1 week to get the agenda item.
Okay, next Tuesday.
Mhm.
Yes, in the morning, so we have to meet before.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll put it down.
Yeah.
I'll do it.
Okay.
She just sent it right before we got here, so.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I would like to put on the agenda the indemnification for the next meeting. I should have the answers back from the different and various agencies that I've contacted.
Mhm.
I expect that will be back, so that would be a good thing. I'm perfectly fine to push the finance committee
That's what I was
because,
gonna
you know,
ask.
that's absolutely fine.
We won't meet in the meantime, so that
Yeah, so that's
works.
great. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
And I have a question. We have two very experienced fundraisers, Heidi Whitman and Amber Landis, who's at the development director for the Humane Society, I believe, and they have very graciously volunteered to do a workshop for local nonprofits to help them apply for grants.
Yeah.
So, how does that need to be an agenda item, or
If
can
there's
we-
no objection, we could, they presented at the budget committee meeting, and my understanding was that they essentially were just saying if we let them use this, one
Kent
of our
Hall.
spaces, Kent Hall, for example.
No
So if
cost.
there's no objection, yeah, we hand them the keys to Kent Hall for a couple of hours.
in agreement?
Yeah, I heard
Okay.
her
All right.
speak on that during
Yeah,
the meeting.
and thank you to both of them.
Just for the sake of
volunteering.
disclosure, one of those people is my wife.
And we know which one, right?
And they are actually also doing one specifically for the Arts Commission, just a workshop on grant applications.
It's really fantastic. Thank you to Amber and Heidi. All right, anything else?
Yeah, so when we do the commission item, that will include Councilmember Whitman's, are you still thinking of,
I'm still requesting that we go to a system where each council member appoints a planning commissioner.
okay, all right. I wanted to pass out one of the planning commissioner's resumes, since he's the one I believe, under scrutiny.
Is,
Okay.
is there any reason why we wouldn't have it for all commissions? I mean, it seems to me that we're saying planning, but we have many
I
commissions.
thought we were gonna do a process for all
Right, I mean, it's a process thing. I will just say this, Andy, that the state looks at this. They look at who you try to kick off planning commissions. That's what they're gonna look at. They're gonna say, which you have said publicly.
discuss that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I'm just
not on
saying.
tonight's agenda.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But I'm just
We'll-
saying that if we're
we'll-
gonna do it for one, we should do it for all commissions, not just the planning commission.
We'll
So-
bring back options for the
Okay.
council to debate
Exactly.
at that meeting.
Thank you.
We discussed that at the last meeting, and
Yeah.
I'm open to doing all of them or just
Yeah,
planning.
yeah, I didn't know that we had decided that we would only do planning. That was
We
my.
haven't decided anything.
Nothing's been decided. It's
Nothing's
coming
been
back to the
decided.
council to
Okay.
decide.
All right.
All right, well, thank you, everybody, for a productive meeting. Thanks for hanging in there, y'all out there.
Thank you.
And,
See you.
hey, we had a lot of 5-0s, so way to go.